completing extensive tests of the remote manipulator system, checking out equipment to be used on later flights for medical research and drug manufacturing, testing an unpainted external fuel tank, which costs and weighs less than the two previous tanks, and planning the mission to last 7 full days, so that extensive thermal soak tests can be done on the vehicle and its systems. STS-3 is the most challenging and ambitious mission of the flight test program so far. Much needs to be accomplished for it to be a success, and for the orbital flight test program to reach its ultimate goal, routine space flights. The goal of STS-3 is to bring the system one step closer to that reality. Less than 1 week before liftoff, heavy rains at Edwards Air Force Base in California flooded Rogers' dry lake bed, making a landing there impossible. It was decided to land the orbiter instead at Northrop Strip, the alternate landing site at White Sands, New Mexico. Northrop Strip is located in the northern part of White Sands National Monument, in the middle of the U.S. Army's White Sands Missile Range. The remoteness of the area, a dry season that alternates with California's rainy season, and the availability of the Army's aircraft tracking network all contributed to NASA's decision to name Northrop Strip as an alternate landing site several years ago. A microwave landing system used by the orbiter during automatically controlled phases of approach and landing was installed on one runway. And a stiff-leg derrick was erected for hoisting Columbia atop the 747 aircraft, which would ferry it back to Florida. But the equipment necessary to safe Columbia after landing and prepare it for its trip back to the Cape was still at Edwards Air Force Base, over 1,000 miles from White Sands. And liftoff was only 4 days away. A highly organized, pre-planned operation was set in motion by NASA and implemented by the Department of Defense to move the tons of equipment and supplies from California to New Mexico. 2 trains were chartered from the Santa Fe Railroad for the journey. The cargo reached El Paso, Texas near sunset the second day. There, the Southern Pacific Railroad took over. When the trains reached Holloman Air Force Base, they were unloaded, and the mobile equipment was driven the remaining 23 miles. The non-mobile cargo was transported by trucks. In concert with this operation, a plan to erect temporary facilities on the remote lake bed for support personnel, news media, and the public was also set in motion. A mobility unit from Holloman Air Force Base was called in to build shelters, barracks, a viewing area 5 miles from the landing site for the public, and a press area for the news media. Within 3 days, all construction was complete. Northrop Strip, which before consisted of only a runway and control tower, was now a total encampment, ready to safe Columbia after landing and prepare it for its trip back to Florida. This task could never have been completed without support from both the Army and Air Force. With their help, Northrop Strip was now ready to support the landing.
T-minus 15. The sequencer on the orbiter is now controlling the final seconds. 10. We are go for main engine ignition. 8, 7, 6. We have main engine ignition.
Roger, Columbia rolling.
Going to the blue skies.
Roger, sounds good. Columbia, Houston, you're go at throttle up.
Roger, go throttle up. We're going here too.
Columbia, Houston, negative seats.
Negative seats. DC 50, Houston.
DC 50.
Okay, there's 103. Boy, the first part of this ride is a real barn burner.
The crew for STS-3, Commander Jack Lausma, a Marine colonel and veteran of the Skylab 3 mission that stayed in space 59 days. The pilot, Air Force Colonel Gordon Fullerton. This was his first time in space. Fullerton was given primary responsibility for the extensive remote manipulator system tests done on this flight. With him at the controls, the arm demonstrated its payload handling capability.
Okay, well, we got a capture and a grapple.
Hey, that's good news.
Rigidized and got all the normal contact.
That's super, and we're seeing the data.
The induced environment contamination monitor was to be unberthed first on this flight. However, the arm's wrist camera malfunctioned, making viewing the contamination monitor very difficult. Since the plasma diagnostic package was also to be unberthed, and because its guideposts could easily be seen with the aid of binoculars, it was substituted for the contamination monitor, proving again the flexibility of the system. The clearance between the plasma diagnostics package and the other experiments on the pallet was only 2 inches, a tight fit, but one which Fullerton was able to master within 5 minutes. 7 auto trajectories, computer-controlled maneuvers of the arm on an invisible plot were evaluated on STS-3 using the plasma diagnostics package. At the same time, the experiment also measured changes in the plasma field in and around the payload bay as Columbia traveled through the ionosphere, and monitored electromagnetic interference between the ionosphere and electronic equipment on board shuttle. The new knowledge will help scientists understand how larger celestial bodies move through plasmas and aid engineers in designing sensing equipment for future shuttle experiments. Several times during the mission, the arm and plasma diagnostic package operated in conjunction with a fast pulse electron generator to study the interaction of a stream of electrons emitted into the ionosphere. The result? A glow caused by atoms in the plasma being disturbed by the electron stream. Hopefully, this new knowledge will lead to a better understanding of how the same phenomena might occur in nature, for instance, in the aurora borealis. Other experiments studied the electrical buildup on the orbiter as it moved through the ionosphere, and contamination in and around the payload bay created by outgassings and thruster firings. These phenomena could affect scientific instruments and sensitive astronomy observations on future shuttle flights. behavior in zero gravity. After recording his findings in the Earth's gravity, he watched the cruise report from space.
Okay, hello there, space fans. Here we are in the good ship Columbia, speeding over the United States at 150 miles, flying pretty fast, about 5 miles per second. But there are some among us who are actually flying faster than we are. And in this box, they're not only flying along with us, but they are flying themselves. So they're actually going a lot faster than we, I think. Most of them have positioned themselves around the periphery of the box or fastened themselves onto something. And unless we agitate them a little bit and make them get going. Now it seems like the moths are doing a little better than the bees. The bees are just sort of tumbling around without flapping their wings. But the moths, every once in a while, you can see that one flying right there. He seems to have adapted to some degree to zero gravity. And there are a few bees like this one here. He's just floating around. He's taking the easy way out like Gordo is now. You don't see Gordo flapping his wings in zero G.
Todd gathered much data from his experiment, and with the aid of his sponsor, the Avionics Division of Honeywell Incorporated, will report the findings in a paper to the National Science Teachers Association. The electrophoresis experiment verification test checked out the prototype of a more elaborate manufacturing device, which will be flown later on. The device separated chemical agents in fluids.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and good afternoon, space fans. I'd like to tell you what we're doing here in the Space Shuttle Columbia. We're speeding over the world at about 17,500 miles per hour, now over the United States. And we're doing some medical experiments, among other things. This one I have right here is called an electrophoresis experiment. It simply is a electrical way to separate out various chemical agents that cannot be separated out very easily on the ground. And it's a very expensive process. However, in zero G, these chemical agents can be separated out and used for various pharmaceutical and other medical purposes. But basically what we have here is a tube and process. It's inside of this container. And the tube is just like this, and it has a fluid inside, which is actually a carrier for the agent which is being separated out. We have a sample that we use to place right in this slot in here. And the sample is contained in a freezer. Inside of this freezer are several small samples which are used in this electrophoresis experiment. And then once the experiment is processed and the various chemical agents are allowed to move along this tube and are separated out. When the process is completed in about an hour, then the whole sample is frozen, and it is then taken and placed back in this cryo freezer for analysis back on the ground. But this is the forerunner of a pharmaceutical experiment, and I think that this will be one of the major experiments and one of the major industrial uses of space in the future is in the area of pharmaceuticals, and this is just a forerunner of one, and it looks like it's working very well, and we'll have very promising results. So we're glad to have you with us today, and we hope that you will keep following the flight of the Columbia as we go on for the next week. Here comes the studio TV technician down to put in a brief appearance here. Sally?
Is that the vampire that goes with the red blood cells?
Something like that.
In some of the most important tests of the mission, thermal soaks of Columbia, the vehicle was maneuvered into an attitude relative to the sun, which exposed the structure to either extremely hot or extremely cold temperatures. Mission controllers determined the effect of the soaks on the vehicle and its systems by monitoring the readings of temperature-sensitive instrumentation located at various places on the orbiter's structure. They also devised a simple way to display the attitude of Columbia in relation to the sun using a device called the thermodillo, so named because the object representing the orbiter is a popular animal in Texas, the armadillo. The position of the armadillo represented the attitude of the vehicle, and the flag reported its thermal status. The bottom part of the device, called the consumadillo, showed the status of consumables throughout the flight. After maintaining attitude for an extended period of time, the payload bay doors warped temporarily, which was expected because of the extreme temperatures encountered. To measure the exact amount of warpage, the doors were put in the closed position. And the amount of gap, or overlap, was measured by the crew using a theodolite instrument. Then the doors were reopened for the next thermal test. The astronauts reported much less warpage than was predicted by pre-flight engineering studies. Good news to flight planners and commercial users for future shuttle flights. Special measures will not need to be taken to cool down or warm up the doors before they can be closed. Although the astronauts had little appetite and difficulty sleeping their first 2 days in space, they gradually adjusted to the weightless environment. Klausma suffered motion sickness, and Fullerton experienced loss of appetite, a side effect of the motion sickness pill he took pre-flight. The flight surgeon prescribed food and sleep, and mission planners scheduled a less strenuous workload for flight day 3 so that the astronauts could recuperate. The first zero-gravity treadmill was used on STS-3. It was designed by astronaut William Thornton to simulate running in an Earth gravity. Since the muscles do not have to work as hard in zero gravity, regular exercise must be maintained. For their welcome home, the crew wanted to look their best. With only one personal hygiene area on board, Jack and Gordon had to take turns. In fact, because of the limited storage space on board, the crew shared almost everything with each other. Back on Earth, winds were beginning to pick up at Northrop Strip. John Young, commander on STS-1, simulated the same approach to runway 23 that the astronauts might be attempting very shortly. Young reported to Mission Control.
There's about 2 miles of visibility on runway 17 and runway 23 is covered up in sand. I think we ought to knock this off, over.
Okay, we got you, John. We copy and concur.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys.
Not your fault.
The wind was gusting over 50 knots. And deorbit burn to put Columbia in the correct attitude for entry into Earth's atmosphere was only 40 minutes away.
Columbia, Houston, through Ascension, over.
Daniel, I'm clear, Steve. How many?
Roger, I got you 5 by. Jack, we talked to the STA again between Bermuda and Ascension, and as you could probably surmise, the winds have been coming up all day. It was still acceptable until his last pass, but during John's last pass, the visibilities were unacceptable and the turbulence was severe, so it's not a good day, and we're going to wave off for 24 hours, over.
Okay. We've had a good drill.
The good drill showed once again the flexibility of the space transportation system. Flight controllers altered the flight plan just minutes before committing to entry. Columbia had enough fuel and other critical supplies to last at least 24 more hours. In fact, 72 more hours if necessary. Lausma and Fullerton went to bed early that night, fastening themselves to restraints behind their ejection seats, a favorite place to sleep during the mission. Tomorrow, they would attempt to land at Northrop Strip earlier in the day, before the winds began to gust.
Houston, Columbia.
Roger, go ahead, Gordo.
Okay, we're looking straight down at Northrop. It looks a lot better today than it did yesterday.
And it is a lot better there, Gordo.
And what kind of a turn are you betting on for 2-3 at this point, Steve?
Okay, Jack, first of all, you are go for the deorbit burn, and the winds right now are favoring runway 17 with a right turn.
Okay, we're going to select that runway 17, item 4 with right-hand turn.
Okay, that sounds good. Columbia, Houston, through Buckhorn, configure AOS.
Okay, we're reading you loud and clear. We got the PTI so far, and take a look at our ground
Hello.
track now, please.
Roger, energy and ground track are good, and nav is great, Jack.
That's good news, Steve. Thank you. This is really a beautiful flying machine.
I agree.
Columbia, Houston, have an update on winds and weather when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Roger, a high scattered cirrus deck over the field. Surface winds 180 at 11, altimeter 3003. Over.
Okay, I got him.
Columbia, Houston, show you intersection.
11 knots? No problem.
26,000. Looks good.
11 knot headwind. We're good.
Columbia, Houston, winds 190 at 14.
Wait where you go.
19014. Yeah, okay. Little crosswind. No big deal. Hey, baby. You got this.
Columbia, Houston, go for auto to enter glide slope.
That's where Starliner landed, by the way. Or where Starliner lands.
we're on
Same
auto,
place.
Roger.
Hey, baby. Bring it on home. You got this. It's good.
Bring a flare, Houston.
Roger.
You're coming.
You're down.
You're down. 20. 10, 5, 4, touchdown. Yours. 10. That's yours. 5.
4, 3,
3,
2.
3.
Oh, careful.
Touchdown. 10 Vanilla, amigos.
STS-3 was the most successful mission of the flight test program so far. 4 months before liftoff, the launch date of March 22nd, 1982 was established. And on that date, Columbia was launched. Mission planners were able to exchange day 4 for
Yeah,
day 3.
Columbia didn't want to come home.
And Columbia showed its capacity to remain on orbit longer than planned.
Stay up for a week with the stock shuttle system. Yet,
Okay, wheels are stopped, Houston.
if they have the EDO, if they had the EDO on board, you could stay up there for almost a month. Seriously, 20 plus days with the extended ECLS.
Okay, Columbia, welcome home. That was a beautiful job.
The space shuttle has brought us closer to something else. After his return from space, Commander Jack Lausma said it best.
I think we rekindled that patriotic spirit that has been lingering in the background, that has wanted to come to the surface. And I think that the space shuttle has caused that, in a sense, to happen. And I think the space shuttle is great for that reason. The whole transportation system is something that is good about America. People are beginning to realize it and be proud of it.
STS-3 has clearly demonstrated the versatility and flexibility of the space transportation system. It has brought us one step closer to the beginning of a new era.
Dude, look at that thing.
Operational.
No, go back. No 80s fade out. Look at that picture. Dude, she's freaking huge. I love shots like this. The thing is freaking gigantic. Starship's even bigger. That's the crazy part.
Routine operational spaceflight.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. All right. So, okay. I just thought of something. I just got an idea. We take two New Glenn GS1s and we put them on either side of an external tank and a space shuttle. And we just have the shuttle's boosters just land. Yeah, we just have them land. Yeah. Make another Jacqueline. Two New Glenn boosters would be strong enough. That would be fine. They got enough thrust. 7 BE4s. Oh yeah. That's good. That's good enough, man. We're good. She good. Just saying. Name it Jacqueline. How much Delta V do you get for that? Actually, New Glenn boosters would be... You're not getting to the moon with them. You just have reusable liquid fuel boosters instead of solids. I'll take 2, please. It'll work. I mean... I'd be wondering if GS1 is strong enough to hold up. 2 GS1s are strong enough to hold up the external tank and the space shuttle, but also, whatever, it's fine. Oh, that'd be so sick, dude. That'd be so sick. That'd be one way to move the... oh, dude, I swear if they go through with that. Oh, anyway, all right, cool. That was one step closer. STS-3, it's a documentary about a little NASA documentary about STS-3. It's pretty awesome. All right, I will be back. Let's start up that YouTube video. What's going on, YouTube? Do we have an acquisition of signal? Is it time to play Kerbal? Kerbal? If the interstage is strong enough to be held by a crane, I'm pretty sure GS1 would be strong enough to be a side booster. Really? Hold up. Let's... So on YouTube, welcome to part 28 for the KSP Career Mode playthrough. I just want to check something here. We're gonna intersperse space news into this. I just want to see something here. Oh, that's what I'm looking. Oh, does it have enough gimbal? I don't see why not. You need 8 degrees. I just need to see this here real quick. Hello. Oh. Oh. Woof. I mean, this thing would look pretty goofy next to between, like, with an external tank in between it. It would look pretty goofy, but whatever. Now, chat, if you're wondering what a breakover device is, that's a breakover device. That thing. We had a long conversation about that a little while ago, what the breakover device is. That's a breakover device. That's what that does. And now they should pick up the back end of the breakover device. And dude, look at that. So that was this afternoon, dude. Hey, Matt. What's going on, YouTube? How you doing? Whoa. Yep. And they can unlatch the breakover device, and you set it down on its transporter. And they're lowering it onto a blue processing ring. There it is. And they're installing the rings there. Dude, look at that, man. They're not going to load it onto a ship. No, it's just going to roll back to Slick 36. It's going to roll back to this right here, this pad. Watch the start of the lift from the drone ship. They did it fast once they got it in the air. Oh, yeah? That is a big honking crane, man. Wait a minute. Do they do? New Glenn's legs fold back up, don't they? They do fold back up. Yeah. Did they just grind off the welds? That certainly is what it looks like. This is burning from the engines, dude. That's from the engine exhaust. Burning off that Comet. You're gonna have to figure out something to... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, New Glenn could just fold its legs back up. That's pretty cool. And then, yeah, it's broken over. Yeah, they just fold back up. That's pretty sick. That's pretty cool. Killer. When they put in the first time the breakover device, it was swaying a lot. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, don't worry about that. It's fine. Cool. Anyway, yeah, that's what's going on the Space Coast. Lot going on. Let's fire up Kerbal and let's start doing our own crane shenanigans. We have to get Moon Pallet up and running. The pallets. What is this from Blorgan? Blorgan. We've built a full-scale deployable aero brake unit showcasing technology that uses planetary atmospheres to slow spacecraft, saving significant mass and cost and enabling heavy cargo delivery from the moon from the moon to Mars and point-to-point missions on Earth. Lighter and larger than more conventional aeroshells. It deploys in space and stows for launch, making it easily configurable to many different vehicles. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, DH, just giant tank moving there. They might be able to mitigate that by descending faster. Yeah, you dial in the landing trajectory, yeah. Alex had a tweet about this tweet. It's a fabric heat shield that NASA was testing a little while back. Yeah. Huh. Huh. Okay. Blorgan. Huh. What did Alex say about this? I actually haven't gotten a chance to talk to him. What did he say about this? This is the kind of thing you'd want on a spacecraft that you want to return from the moon down down to low Earth orbit using no propellant, and then you refuel it again so it can continue doing more moon stuff. Can't think of any spacecraft Blue may be working on that might just do that. That is probably my favorite Blue Origin project out of all the crazy stuff that they're doing. That one's my favorite. Yeah, Alex knows. Yep. Blue is working on... Guys, this is essentially a new Glen Upper stage. Like, I know it's not exactly that. It's basically a new Glen Upper stage with reusable, with like BE7s attached to it instead of twin BE3Us. And RCS blocks on the back. It's not necessarily a reusable upper stage. On-orbit space tug. On-orbit space tug. It's basically a second stage that can loiter. So like it's if you took a second stage and a satellite and kind of made them into one thing. And this ring that's on it is a sun shield because it's using hydrolox. So this reusable stage has boil off mitigation and it can refuel things. I like that. That's pretty good. This is a huge thing for SLD, for their lunar program, because they'll dock to lunar landers, dock here, refuel, go again. This thing can move the lander out to the moon, no problem. It can refuel it on the way there, come back down, aero brake a couple of times. Aero brake a couple of times, and then another New Glenn will launch fuel up and just refuel the dang thing. It was called Adept, NASA's... Oh, the cloth heat shield. Yeah, there you go, man. A private mission to save a NASA space telescope will launch in 2026 on a rocket dropped from a plane. Been sad I couldn't say anything before, but now it's public. I'm super stoked you're flying on Pegasus. Just wish you could fly in the L-1011. I'm sorry, this is what you're working on? Yeah. NASA's Neil Gehrels Swift Observatory, shown in the artist concept, orbits Earth as it studies the ever-changing universe. Catalyst space technologies to boost the altitude of this Swift Observatory. You guys are going to try and wrangle a NASA telescope. And it's the last Pegasus payload. Oh. Oh, that's cool, man. Pegasus, here, hold up. Pegasus is, it's pretty cool. Here, I'll show you. Pegasus is a rocket that is dropped via the only airworthy Lockheed TriStar left in existence. And it has a rocket launcher on the bottom. Oh, TriStar. Oh, Pegasus. That's awesome, Rocket Guy. Super cool. When was the last Pegasus launch? 2021, I think. Yes. Stargazer. I'm sorry. You know, in light of recent events, well, not in light of recent events, I always thought that Lockheed made a better tri-jet than McDonnell Douglas did. In fact, I think MD-11s are piles of junk, if you ask me. That's the superior tri-jet. Oh, look at that thing. Look at that thing. Oh. 7-month launch. They're about running around like we were on fire. 7 months, that's not a lot for a launch campaign, dude. So there's only one. What if something happens to it? It's a TriStar. Nothing's going to happen to it. It'll be fine. Subframe is out of the car. Nice, Nabak. You're making progress today, too. I'm sorry, man. The S-duct looks so much better than just the wing-mounted engine up there. Why does the rocket fin go into the plane? Why didn't they just rotate it a little? What? Pegasus doesn't have... Oh. I don't know. That's the way they felt like doing it, I guess. Huh. Interesting. It folds, doesn't it? Dude, I know dick about Pegasus. I know nothing about that except that it does that. I'm swooning over the airplane. I like the... Oh. I think that is awesome, dude. I believe it folds and unfolds on release. It looks like there's a slot for it. Is there? Oh, yeah. Hold on a second, fellas. Yeah, they did. They cut a big hole. They cut a big hole down there. I'll ask NG next call. There you go. Yeah, I was going to say that could be the... Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on a sec. Let me go back to... Let me check something. Now, an MD-11 has 3 landing gear back there. Nope, Lockheed just went with a standard tripod. Is it KSP time or are we doing space news? It's KSP time. I was wondering if there was like a landing gear bay or something there, but no, it's a straight modification from what I can tell. You'll have to ask them, Rocket Guy. Now I'm just looking at pictures of TriStars. Now I kind of want to make a tri-jet in KSP. Hello. Hello. I'm sorry. This thing, you know, I'm not sorry. This thing looks way better than a freaking MD-11. The MD-11 looks like poop compared to this. Look at that thing. Oh, yeah. No space news. We can discuss space news while we're going. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Are there? Yeah. Seriously, the Stargazer I think is the only one. Eastern. Dude, RB211s. 3 RB211s. This thing's got the kick, man. There's Stargazer. Booster 18 looks amazing. Oh, yeah, she's peeking out of the high bay, huh? Operators. 1 TriStar is in service as of 2025, which is the Stargazer. That's it. Oh, what happened? It's so sad. Oh, it got a bad haircut. Oh, that's awful. Yeah, that picture there, there's no way the fin would clear the ground. Yeah. That's so the real question is, fellas. How'd they get it under there? How'd they get Pegasus underneath that plane? They jacked the plane up? That's the solution? No wonder this thing is so expensive. You got a better idea? Put it on the wing. Put it on the wing, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, why didn't they just make a ditch? That's what I'm wondering, dude. Just dig a hole in the ground. Why would you got to put the plane up on jacks? That's not even, dude. It has to go higher up than that, dude. The wing is it has to go up here. That's the solution, to jack up the whole freaking plane. This was a low-cost solution. How are you going to scale with something like this? The jacks don't cost that much. Do they cost as much as digging a hole? Huh. Better than attaching it while the plane does a low flyby. Yeah, okay. The jacks don't have to be used where the hole is dug. Airport probably wouldn't agree to the hole. This thing launches from military bases. Yeah, geek, exactly. Yeah. Guys, how are we gonna get that rocket into the plane? We could just dig a hole. No, it'll never work. Raise the plane up. Lift the entire plane. Like, okay. So put the pit in the hangar. Dude, I don't get it. No wonder Pegasus is expensive, guys, for what it is. Like, it's, I'm not trying to be a jerk. It's old space stuff, dude. But it is cool. It is cool for what it is. I mean, Pegasus carries a pretty hefty price tag. They also probably had the jacks already. Yeah, they already exist, so just use them. Yeah, I get it. Or it's actually funny to see. Yeah, they moved the entire plane upright. They put the entire plane upright. It's launching out of Quadj. Check this out, dudes. Look at the flight manifest. I mean, these are the past missions. Yeah, 2021 was the last Pegasus test. The next mission, Catalyst Space Technologies. There it is. It's going to launch from Kwajalein. Plane lift is normal aircraft maintenance. Yeah, I understand. I know that jacking up planes is a normal thing to do. I understand that, fellas. I just didn't think that that would be their solution there. That takes time. Yeah, if they just launched it from Tinian, they wouldn't have this problem. That airstrip's open. It's fine. Anyway, Kerbal is loaded up, dude. Let's go. Did you know that jacking up planes is a normal thing to do? Of course I did. Yeah. The fact that Tinian is open again is wild to you. No, it's more just, I think that's funny. Instead of digging a hole in the ground, I mean, I suppose with the jacks, you could just set up anywhere. You can load up pretty much wherever you want. But, see, that's the thing. How are you getting the jacks there? How are you getting the airplane jacks there? But then again, if you're going to dig a hole, how are you going to get an excavator there to dig the damn hole? In the plane? Can the L-1011 carry its jacks around in the cargo bay? I don't think it can do that. Did you jack planes that are normal doing thing? I'm sure every military base has them. Yeah, most likely. How are you going to get them up there, Tessa? It's not like every airport has a jetway. That's why Kelly Johnson invented the C-130. Right. Well, NASA jacked up a space shuttle to plant a 747 under it. Yarg, be quiet. This is a Lockheed plane. Stay in your lane, all right? It's not a Boeing. I.e., so you don't know anything about it. Sorry. All right, let's get the tunage going. What if we compromise and instead of a hole and instead of jack, we do giant wheel ramps? I don't know, man. So check this out, guys. We have Moon Pallet. We unlocked all the pieces that we needed for this thing. Look at that. The only one we didn't get is the Octo 2 probe core. That's the only thing we didn't get. This thing, we unlocked everything. I unlocked, dude, we did 900 science. 900 science on Monday. They jacked up the shuttle to retract the landing gear. They actually lifted it in the VAB, but whatever. I mean, processing flow changed for the space shuttle throughout the program. There were times at the end of the program when they had the shuttle transported that they used the jack, but in the early parts of the program, they lifted it up in the VAB with its bracket and then folded the gear shut that way. Don't bunk on me. You can't bunk on me with shuttle knowledge, pal. That's the idea. Just drive the plane up some XL truck ramps. Sure, that'd be fine. So, we unlocked better solar panels, fuel cells. We unlocked rover wheels, so we got the command seat. We unlocked panels. Each one of those was 300 a pop. We got all three of them. 900 science is what we did. Either way, Rocket Guy, congratulations. Yeah, Element, you're right. You're right. Super excited and happy for you guys. Must feel good to have gotten this news. It's freaking cool, dude. Congratulations. Is the launch going to be streamed? What do we do now? Well, we play the game. Get DOS on it. That's right. Oh, okay, Brandon. Well, I answered your question then, inadvertently. Not streamed, sadly. I mean, do you guys... Yeah, exactly. Lurker knows. Do you want it streamed? Because we know... I know some people. Like... I know some people. We won't take that much... We won't take that much... Up that much room on the LTL-11. Just saying. Alright, let's roll. So we got everything that we need for the moon pallet. Now we need to figure out the concept of operations. How is this going to integrate with the rest of our architecture? So moon pallet, for the people that don't know, moon pallet is an off-road modular vehicle that can change its ride height. Ride height can go up and down. And it can carry a payload on it. So here's what we'll do. We'll go over here and we will get Bill, switch editors. Let me show you. Oh. Hang on. Gotta have a light. Need a light. Slamming. Want to turn up the heat. Alright, watch. But no L1011, that was a strict no. Yeah. Okay, so you see Bill is aboard here. Take a look. What Moon Pallet is designed to do, like obviously we have rover wheels, the thing can move around, right? But we can go over here. I did end up borrowing this from another save. Guys, this is from my original career mode save. And I like this architecture a lot. I didn't really think we used it. I don't think we used it enough. So we can start the fuel cell on this thing. It also has a solar panel for redundancy. And watch. So we can take this. Moon Pallet has the capability of translating its controls. And if we control from the docking port, see, we can crab. See, the idea here is that Moon Pallet can be used, you can attach a payload to it, right? And it can be used to install stuff into positions. So the other thing is that you could primarily use it to build bases, right? So say you have a base component that we land, right? And then I use a crane to drop it on top of here, right? You know, say we drive to it and say we got to attach it and the docking port is a little bit high. Ready? For transport operations, we stay low like this, but if we need to raise it up, gotta synchronize the damn traverse rates. Independent wheel raise for leveling. Booster 8 is coming out, Tib. Booster 18. Sweet. Vargon, how's the car? Car's pretty good. Car's pretty good. They just opened the door. So Moon Pallet can be used to assemble stuff. Now, J-Speed, I haven't figured out. I mean, we could do a controller that goes left-right if we really wanted to revamp the design a little bit. I could have... We could collectively raise everything, or we could cycle it. Yeah, I could do it, dude. We'd need another Cal. We'd need another Cal controller, but yeah, we can absolutely get that done. And then we have the docking port reset actuator here. Yeah, this is so this docking port doesn't magnetize to itself. That does happen. Put a jet engine on the bottom and turn it into an LLRV. No, I'm good. How would we cycle this around? How could we do that? The SQD, it was moved, Brendan. Yeah, they moved the ship quick disconnect for pad 2. J-Speed, now you got me thinking. We could do that. We could go left, right. Like, that's totally doable. And then if we crab the wheels, right? So, like, if we take the pallet height... No, not pallet height. If we crab the wheels all the way to the left, right? If I had, you know, changed left, right, we could turn the wheels 90 degrees and then that's pitch. But no, I don't like that. I don't like that idea. That's not going to work. We'd need a controller that balances left, right, forward, and back. How the heck would we do that? Oh, that's a little... The bridge crane moved away. I have Starbase Live up and running, dudes. I see it. This thing's actually pretty fun to drive around. I love how purely functional the design is. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's pretty good, right? Redbeard finally catching another Kerbal, so you've had to miss quite a few because of school again. School comes first, buddy. Raise the ride height. Raise the ride height. You don't have to worry about that. I've been obsessed with SSTOs lately, but honestly, shuttle-like craft are way better. I love the space shuttle. I'm telling you, there's not many ways that you can do a flyback, like a reusable second stage that comes and lands on a runway like that. The shuttle is pretty much Genesis, man. Like that, it doesn't... Not Genesis, that's not the right way to say that, but it's that, like... There's not many other ways you're going to be able to do that without a lot of extra complication. Can it do donuts? Not really. I'm trying to think, fellas, how we would take Moon Palette. Like, how are we going to do... How are you going to take something like Moon Palette and, I don't need another solar panel. I just forgot to turn the fuel cell on, dude. Technically, we don't even need the batteries because the fuel cell is your battery. We could save money on these things by actually removing the batteries. We don't need them. That's the battery right there. I'm trying to think, how would we make a self-leveler? How would we do that? We can just make it go up and down, and that's all fine and dandy. Does KRPC have a way to read pitch on roll? We could obviously do it with code, man. I'm just thinking about if we could do it with cal controllers. See, where I'm running into problems here is that, okay, say we do this, right? Right? Say we just let this represent a way that we did the legs, right? You know, the second I hit up, they just reset. The cal controller will reset position. The SBMTs have been turned on any moment for the booster rollout. Can the cals read pitch on roll? No. The devs were gonna do that, but they didn't have time to finish it. That's the problem right there. Yeah. There's no way to compound values on the cal controller to move up relatively. You could use IJKNL and link it to two cals, one for pitch, one for yaw. Yeah, okay, so, all right, Tyler, say we're going to attach this to something and it's on a slope, right? Okay, and we level it, we get the thing level, and then we get to it and we realize we got to go up a little bit more. If I try to collectively raise everything all at once, it'll just reset. That's the problem that I'm running into. I think the better solution might be to just find a place to build the base that's relatively flat. Like if we use Kerbal constructs to make some nice flat-ish ground for the moon palette to work in, I don't think it's going to be an issue. As you can see, I built this thing to be an absolute beast of a vehicle. It can be used as a rover. Have you tried the Stampatron ground anchor? Is it any good? I find that it does drift. I really haven't done much experimentation with it, Pigzig. But yeah, that's Moon Crane. Super useful vehicle. Could set down a lever on launch pad where you want a base. pretty much what we're gonna do, yeah, with Kerbal Constructs, man. Isn't there, like, just a flat slab that you can place down? What are your upward-facing hinges for? Alignment. So when we go to drop something down on this, those will align the docking ports and bring them down. It'll make sure that everything aligns correctly, Wolfie. Control K. Yeah, okay, we can get away with that. That's fine. All right, good. And again, you might need to put your drill in a different place. That's okay. It's really about assembling the base, Tyler. Once I assemble the base, pretty much put it wherever. If I make the base self-leveling, it's not going to be a big deal. You know what? I think we'll just use Moon Palette the way it is for now. I think I need to get more, I need to get more use, like, more tries out of this thing than anything. Like, I need to use it to kind of see how it works and go from there. So save that. And then I had base components. Let's go into the other career mode save. I had base components that I specially designed for this. Let's take a look at those. Moon base prototype. There it is. Now, these are the components that this thing would use, right? And I had little levelers right here, so like, these things can be used to raise and lower the base and stuff. Like, you can lower the base down on the ground, or you can raise the whole thing up. Like raising the Stargazer to put Pegasus underneath it. Same idea. Oh, crap. I came to the same idea with my moon base. Huh. I guess it is a good idea then. Shoot. I guess it is a good idea. I guess, yeah. I guess that is a good call. Yeah, so each one of these modules here is has a different purpose. You have your 6-axis node with an upward-facing cupola. You have the forward-facing cupola, which I don't know why I had that. That module sucks. And Moon Crane is designed to get underneath each one of these things and lift it up. This is my favorite module, though. I remember making this thing. This thing is superbly cool. It's the drilling module for ISRU. Where's the cal controller for it? Oh, there it is. That's broken. So here's how this works. Watch, ready? This thing actually opens up. And then the solar panels actually move out like that. And then you could set the angle for how you want them to be set up depending on where you are. Like at the poles, this is what you'd need. And then if you were near the equator, that's what you'd need, and you can go anywhere in between. And then the drill comes out. Wasn't this the modular crack that struck the whole min-miss space? Different save, dude. No. Booster's moving. Yeah, there's another one on the other side. It basically deploys. And then that's your ISRU over here. How this all technically should be set up is like this. This is designed to go at the very end. I don't know why that doesn't have a downward facing port either. And then over here is our airlock module. So whoop, it has some solar panels on it just in case. Hey Oki, what's on the menu for today? Moonbase and Moon Palette Con-Op. I'll save this in here just because the MMB. Yeah, we're not using that. We can't launch that damn thing. Not yet, at least. Am I nuts, or did I see all the Raptors installed? More pictures in Discord. Oh yeah, you got the cross out. Oh, nice, dude. That's right, it goes in the square. No, there's no way that thing has the engines on it already. Yeah, no, I could see through it. I don't think it's got Raptors. It's only going to the cryo stand. I don't think they'd want Raptors on it, dude. Dude. Wow. I don't think they are, Jim. They look the same to me, but what do I know? Geek. Dude, I saw one of these roll past me. I mean, it was a Block 2 booster, but I saw a Block 2 booster roll past me, and I was about, I don't know, 20 feet away from it, and I'm just like... Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Fantastic. Okay. Dude, a booster rolled by me at night. It was actually Booster 15. Booster 15 rolled by me at night. Couldn't see the top. Couldn't see it. It's so tall. It was into the darkness. I couldn't see the top of the damn thing. And they caught it. Yeah, Hokey, that's... I'm not gonna lie to you. I became a disgustingly bad Starship fanboy after going down there and seeing all this stuff up close. I was like, yeah, you know, that's pretty good. I like that a lot. That's pretty good. You know that theory that all life will eventually evolve into crabs? Well, I have the same issue in my KSP save where all of my vehicles gradually evolve into varying sizes of Ares 1. Because Ares 1's awesome. There's the mining pallet. Does this have the cow controllers on it that work? Oh yeah. Yeah, we're keeping this. Yeah, we're keeping this. Yeah, we're gonna hold on to that one. We're gonna hold on to that when, you know. Was it 15? Yeah, I think so. Oh, we're also gonna probably use this too. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna use this at some point. Yeah. Yeah, we'll use that. How much Delta V does it have? 6,600 Delta V. Oh, okay. For Mars missions. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'll use that. Prospector lander. Oh god, this thing. It's Surveyor. That's a Surveyor probe. With SAS on it? God, EJ stuff. Quantum supply module? The hell is this? Oh, it's got SAS on it too. What the hell was wrong with me? SAS is cheating, dude. That makes it so stupid. No one ever knows. Yeah. I can make this so much better now. I have not said that once today. Yeah, one version of Collins, I had like 40 SAS modules jammed in the nose. It was bad. Cargo excursion module. Ooh, I actually like that. That's actually super useful. There's a Block 2. Dude, the Block 3 booster is even bigger, man. Oh my... Well, I mean, hot staging ring, but... It's a gyroscope. Pigeon. Wow. Booster 18, dude. Yeah, that's 18. They're gonna roll it out. They're cryo testing it, man. They are different lengths, Jim. I see. What? You're right. Dude, you've gotta be kidding me. You got 100 on my final. Booster 18 is rolling today. It gets better and better. Good job, man. You got 100. Straight 100? Good job. Do it again. Woof. The chines on the bottom are the longer ones. The bottom of the booster, those are the longer ones, and they're clocked further away from each other. The shorter chines are on top of the booster. They're shorter and they're clocked closer. Like the two on the top are like this. The two on the bottom are like that. It's so they can get think New Glen Wing. Same idea. But this makes a little more a little less lift than the New Glen Wings, but it's more or less the same idea, same concept. When Block 3 launches, the top 3 largest rockets in the world would be Starship Block 1, Starship Block 2, and Starship Block 3. You're right. I'm keeping that up there. That's pretty awesome. Good. Good job. How many boosters can SpaceX clip merge to increase power? At least 3. We should keep this. Yeah. Where's my moon? Where's the Lunar Reconnaissance rover? I want that. Hell yeah. Yeah, this rover design is... The rover design is based off of the Apollo rover. It's the same idea. It works. It works really well. It doesn't, yeah, the gravioli detector, but it has, dude, it has the sensing arm on it. It has mystery goo at the front. This has the gravioli detector on it, but... And I think I used solar panels for the bottom. Dude, we could use a flat flag and reduce part count there. Yeah, we're keeping this. And yes, yeah, it'll fold up. It'll fold up into a little box. You can... This is basically exactly what the Apollo one did. Yep. The gravioli detector. It's one of the late game science experiments, and you can use it to basically beat the games in science mode. Albert, KSP2 got folded. They killed it. And Cities 2 for what it's worth. Cool. All right. So now we need to work on our descent module. RDM 2025 prototype. Reusable descent module prototype. Modified 11/19/2025. Cool. Okay, so we need to make a descent module. Cities 2 isn't dead. The dev was fired. Oh, you sweet summer child. Enjoy your optimism. Okay. So our last descent module that we made was the other descent module that we were working on is derived from our service module. I'm not necessarily a fan of it. Actually, I mean, the descent module really isn't bad, but if I want to make it more accessible during more accessible for lunar surface operations. Not exactly on Cities 2. The people they're passing it on don't inspire confidence. You guys are apparently way more optimistic than me. Sorry, I had a bad experience last time I heard stuff like this, so... Yeah. Yeah, they switched development studios, but it's dead, dudes. Just deal with it. Just deal with it, homies. It's gone. I don't care anymore. Like, I'm sorry. It's gone. I'll go play Anno or something. Your point is that KSP2 hears stuff like this. My point is you're missing my point. Keep holding on, though. See how that works. Hi, new viewer there. Is this vanilla or are you running a bunch of mods? No, it's vanilla. All the crafts are vanilla. Yeah. They're just... I have the DLCs. The only modded part that I had in the game is a hinge piece that I made. For lifting things. It's a stronger hinge because the hinges are jello. But yeah, this is all stock, dude. All stock. I had a bad experience. Damn it, I'm deaf. Regarding Anno. Yeah, I generated art in Nano 117 was a placeholder which slipped through the review process. Okay. They used AI for concept art. So what? As long as yeah, using AI for concept art is not that big of a deal. It's that, so use the AI to make concept art, and then you have a concept artist and a 3D artist actually make it. That ain't no thing. No problem. Yeah, that's fine. Saves you a lot of time. Gives you a good, real good, it gives you a real good, what's the right way to say it? It's a real good way to send your idea out, as long as the real artists make it. Sure. That's stepping off points. Yeah, that's the right way to say it. They got into the 1.0 release and they claim it was placeholder. Okay. Those are my space station modules. We need to build out new space station modules. I'll do that. These, yeah, we can do better than this. No. Oh, the B200. Forgot about this thing. Does it have its cargo bay? It does. That's a little cargo bay. Nice. No, those were just... That wasn't gateway, those were just modules. Now, where was I going with this? Landing type protopad to... Oh, yeah. Yeah, the descent. Okay, yeah, that's what we're doing. The descent module. I want a descent module. Hey. Where did these craft files go that I just saved? Reusable descent module, Core Octo. Oh no, 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 no. Did it not save? I have the original RDM. Where's the RDM 2025? Whatever. Copy, new, paste. Actually, I suppose I didn't put a part down. RDM proto type 2025. 11, 25. Okay, cool. Let's just put down a piece so we can actually save the stupid thing. All right, so I want to make a well, it's called an LSAM. I call it RDMs, reusable descent modules, because of my other save, my lunar landers were derived from an RDM. I don't want that. What I want to do, I think would be a cool thing to do, because we do need to refactor our lander a little bit because the ascent module sucks, etc., etc. So I built my other one was service module derived, and that was more of a stopgap thing because it was service module derived from the capsule. I don't necessarily want that. What I want to do is take TriStar. I want to take this. The descent module. And see if we can make that just a smidge bigger. Yeah, okay, Geeson, that makes more sense. A modernized lid, but yeah, a little bit bigger. Yeah, all right. So here's what I want to do. The Poodle engine. I want to use this as our lander, as our landing engine. We can use the single engine variant. Then I also unlocked flat flags here. Now the cool thing is these are the flags in game, and you know, if you're a couple of newer viewers asked, like, or a newer viewer asked a second ago, like, do you have any modded parts? I have textures for the flags, but in terms of parts, no. Just on a side note. Now the cool thing is that I could take this, we can change these, and I have an insulated texture for the flag, and then we take it and we can make them into panels. You can make them into extremely thin panels. He never answers my totally dumb questions. What? There were no questions making stupid jokes. I actually went and looked. Thanks for that. I actually went and looked, man. I was like, huh? Now, the Poodles Blue screen. Comp blue screened. I got the, I managed to snap a picture in time. What does it say? Driver IRQL not less or equal was the stop code. What failed? pp.sc0710x64s.sys. Deadbringer, it's SC0710.x64.sys. I'm sorry, guys. This is stupid. Driver IRQL not less or equal. That one seems... I mean, I'm going to guess that that's drivers. Which one, though? It's Elgato. It's the Elgato pass-through that gives you the no signal thing element. That's not just you. Man, those take the wind out of my sails so hard, dude. It sucks because it's the frigging Elgato capture card. I want my goddamn Magewell back. If I had to guess, fellas, it's that no signal thing that happens. Yeah, it's the no signal thing. That's exactly what it is. Oh yeah, I did a Boeing. I just made a box. That's all we made. So yeah, no harm, no foul. You know. Probably a random event. Well, it does flash the no signal thing, Nader. It does that. That pass-through card sucks, man. Yeah, it can output in 4K, but it crashes. Like, ugh. Avermedia does good, Panderific, yeah. I have Magewell. Magewell is the capture card that I used for the longest time. Never had a problem with it. Yeah, just get back at it for now. The VOD continuity on Twitch is fine, but the VOD continuity is on YouTube is just terrible, so. I'll try to fire up tubes here, see what happens. Okay, we're back. This is Off-World Pallet Systems in Kerbal, part 38.2, because my computer blue screened in the middle of a live stream. Hell yeah. Do we have a signal over there on YouTube, fellas? Yeah, it's popping through. Honestly, wouldn't get too concerned unless it becomes a pattern. Well, of course. Loud and clear, Stride. All right, cool. Hello, Mr. Mother Dev over in the YouTube chats. Well, it is called Elgato. My cat does what it wants when it wants. It's like a very good point. Bob, you see the trunk today, dude? Trunk's in. Welded permanently. Not going anywhere. And that thing is super strong back there now, which is pretty sick. And my garage looks so much cleaner without all the car parts all over the floor. Maybe update the Elgato drivers. I'm gonna have to take a look, dude. Yeah. So what the heck were we doing? Oh crap, Kerbal is up there. I'm gonna have to stop it and reopen it down here. It definitely is something. Guys, if I had to guess, dude, I don't think that Elgato card is jiving very well with me running a 4K monitor and then a 1080p monitor up there. I find that it does that no signal thing, that element that you were talking about. I find that it does that when I'm clicking up here and I move something down. Because if you look, see how I'm moving this down and that window is small and then it makes it big? Because the resolution, it moves to the resolution. See that? I don't think it likes that in certain scenarios, dude. Oh, okay, Aqualex. Yeah. Oh, yeah, also Booster 18. Hell yeah. I don't know, Shaw. It could be. Another leg might be coming down soon. Wait till the excavator tips it up. But yeah, that's, let me refire up Kerbal. I better load it on this window. Did you see the Pegasus rocket is still alive? I did see that. I did see that, Phil. The last one. Catalyst Space Systems. Rocket Guy works for them. Yeah. He worked on that payload. That's pretty cool, huh? He came in telling us, he's like, oh, look what I got today. Oh my God. I'm like, oh my God, really? Okay, let's get back to what we were doing. That we were so rudely interrupted. How rude. Blue screen, so rude. No, you know what, let's go with Let's go with the other playlist today. No MSC tonight. No, Phil, probably not. MSC will resume in December. Sounds strange saying that, but someone just drove past you in an R32. Nice. Nah, MSC will resume in May. I did hear a whisper, dudes, for what it's worth. I did hear a whisper about the about my winter car coming out this winter. It's coming out. I heard from a guy who heard it from a guy. Some guy in chat came in and said this. All right. So full disclosure. If my winter car comes out in December, that's like a week and a half away. No more MSC? No, you don't understand. No, you don't understand, Kelly. That means we play summer car in the summer and we play winter car in the winter. No, you don't understand. Here, where's this 2.5 structural panel? That's too big. I need a 375 piece so I can see Condor's fairing. That's two. All right. I think I'm going to switch to a Terrier motor just because it's small and that thing is easy to fit in there. So she said, so 345 to 350 specific impulse, and we could always overclock some Terriers. I'm just saying, or we could cluster them, etc., etc. Really work on I want to work on the chassis to this thing. So the Apollo lander was like this. The way they did it was they did exactly what I'm doing right here. They basically made it a big plus sign, right? This at least was the descent module. Yeah. Let's just put it like, well, actually it'd be better to do that. Right, and then we can move the engine back. Like that. So now they had this design, and what they ended up doing is they put the different types of tanks in here like this. And they had the tanks inside of the bulkheads like this. See that? Like, 2 of them were NTO, 2 of them are MMH. And now in these triangular areas right here, they in the triangular areas, that's where they put, you know, scientific equipment. That's where they put the rover and stuff. Could a rocket shaped like an obelisk work? Does a rocket necessarily need to be round? I know, really weird question out of left field. Blame a brain that's been up since 4 a.m. Yeah, Maddie, you could make it a box. You could make it a square if you really wanted to. You'd have to worry about drag and stuff. The reason why we make them cylindric is, I mean, well, you know, an obelisk probably would break the air fine. You'd probably need some fins on the bottom if we're gonna really, you know, think about it. You'd need fins on the bottom because the top being like pyramidal like that is gonna cause some forward pressure problems. So if you put fins on it, yeah, sure. That I don't see why it wouldn't work. The reason why well, here, let's look at this. Maddie, do you know what this is? You know what that is? The Pantheon. No, that's the Parthenon. The Pantheon is in Rome. What's holding it up? So think about this for a second, dude. It's old. That is correct. What's holding that thing up? Pillars. Cylindrical shapes. Cylindrical shapes are the strongest at dealing with structure. Columns. That's right. You got it. Cylinders are the strongest way to hold anything up. The Greeks figured that out, and it works. And then the Romans lifted it. The Romans culturally appropriated it, we'll say. So, cylinders are very, very strong at dealing with compression load. They're also... fuel tanks inside of a rocket are under pressure, right? If it was a square, you'd be putting a lot of extra pressure. The fuel would be putting a lot of extra pressure on the corners, right? Your pressurized fuel, right? A cylinder is good at dealing with pressure pushing out and pressure and forces pushing down because of the aerodynamic compression load, because of like dynamic pressure and stuff. So cylinder's the strongest way to do it. Could you make one out of an obelisk? Yeah, sure. I mean, here. Could you make an obelisk shape? Sure. You absolutely could. Could you, oh, I don't know, launch that obelisk into space? Yeah. Has this been, how do I know? It's been done. No, this isn't an AI-generated video. It's the DCX. That's Buddy right there. It's not Buddy. Yeah, it's been done. The Dawn Aerospace Cube Drive Propulsion Systems has tanks that are cubes. Really? Nice. Do you think you'll put My Summer Car on pause and figure out the ticket situation later? I don't know, Dan. I'm not really sure how I'm going to figure out what I want to do with that. I've seen someone also make an entirely square motor, square nozzle with a square throat, and it actually worked. I think he's working on a triangle motor now. Why? Oh, why? Yep, that's the DCX, guys. So, yeah, I mean, it's obelisk shaped because of the weird tanks. Why? Why not? I guess. This is pre-Boeing? This is in the early 90s, dude. Yeah. Yeah, DCX flew, guys. It was a working prototype. They flew it, they did tons of hops with it, actually. And then on one hop, the damn thing tipped over, and they were like, up, it tipped over. Tipped over. Nope, that means the vehicle's no good. No good. This program isn't going anywhere. Scrap it. And that's exactly what happened. Can you imagine how absurd that would be in today's like commercial space market? The thing lands, and it does what Falcon 9 did with Jason 3. It just, one of the landing legs gives out, it tips over and blows up. Nope, can't do that. Nope, there's a design flaw in the vehicle. We gotta stop. Pull all the funding. You know, and you wonder why, you know, like Legacy Aerospace, like the old space contractors, you wonder why they're so conservative with, like, you know, if you look at something like SLS, you look at something like Atlas V, you look at something like Vulcan, it's very conservatively engineered, right? It's as simple as it possibly can be, right? For the most amount of punch. Because the guys that engineered these legacy systems, not, you know, imagine if you worked on like Delta 4 and Atlas V, right? You worked on Delta 4 and Atlas V. That's the environment you came of age in as an aerospace engineer, where one failure is going to cost you the entire damn project. And you wonder why these guys don't want to iterate on anything. Because they had to deal with that nonsense for 20 years. That's not one. I can't do that. Yep. No, we can't do that. We can't. It failed. The Aqualux, the Bilog tanks failed. They failed. They're no good. They failed. No, it doesn't matter if it's a prototype. Failed. No, just use the space shuttle. Just. Anyway. No, it failed. It's not gonna work. Anyway, good tangent. It's failed. It's not gonna work. You know how much tax money you just wasted? Get to the taxpayers. Get to the taxpayers. Just think of it. Give me pork with sugar. More. But yeah, anyway, you wonder why some of the legacy aerospace contractors they don't even want to. Why? Why try anything? Why freaking try anything? It's like they were traumatized by these idiot politicians to not innovate on anything ever. And that's, you know what? That's really sad. It's really sad, man. That's really sad. Yeah, they had that voice too, yeah. Can we, like, scrap politicians? Yeah, I know, right? Not really what I'm looking for. What the hell? This thing crooked? Oh, there it goes. Can we do more deep dives like that? That was really fun to think things through. That made learning seem more fun than the crap that made me give up on a college education. Oh, jeez. Yeah, sure, man. Alright, dudes. How much Delta V does this bad boy have? Oh. Hang on. Get our forward set of fuel tanks right here. Nice. Not bad. What you building? New descent module. New descent module architecture, man. China. What's China building? Maybe later, Pigeon. I wanted to play some Kerbal. So, guys, I'm looking at I'm looking at trying to do a reusable descent module. And this thing's gonna need to be able to put some heavy stuff down. Hey, Charles, what's up, man? It's gonna have to put some heavy stuff down onto the surface. And I'm looking to make it, the architecture, kind of in the same way as the lunar descent module from the Apollo program. All right, let's get some kind of readings here. So if I attach that there and we put this here and we mark that 9 tons, it's just mass here, right? And we go into vacuum delta 583. That's it. That's not great at all. Talking triangle. Somebody trying to get EJ back into the X33 builds. Oh, boy. Alright, well, what if this tank was integral? What if it was part of it? 4,600. Oh, dear. Oh, okay. I suppose this works. Give me 1 second. Let me look around here. Dude, that's so damn smart. I still can't believe that. The X-33 was made to see if Venture Star was possible. How much mass is the crane? That's a good question. $11 tons with the fuel. Okay, so we have a stakeholder expectation here. Good call, Blackness. That was a good idea. This thing needs to be able to put things down onto the surface. It needs to be able to put 11 tons down onto the surface and then be able to come back up. I mean, this is essentially the same exact idea. So I try to reinvent the wheel. I mean, this has 2196. What if we put 9 tons of payload on this thing? 871. Why not just use this? I don't really have an answer. If we wanted to use that rover, though, fellas, the rover design, we would... It'd be hard to unfold the damn thing. Let me think about this. This has multiple engines, Hibbit, for that exact reason. To do a light-duty landing. Yeah, this is for principal deceleration, and this is for your final landing on the moon or on Minmus. On Minmus, you can even switch it down to 2 engines to get good throttle ability. It makes this thing super easy to land. Unfold on lunar surface with docking port on outside to lift. What? Why don't they have arms that come and grab Falcon instead of that slow as chain bot? I have no idea what you're talking about, Alex. I don't have an Octo 2. We don't have an Octo 2 port. We'd have to change that, but that's okay. All right, now, hold on. Let me check something else here. Okay. The hopper concept that we just made. Let me check something. I'm really looking for something specific here. I'll show you what I'm looking for. I'll tell you what I'm looking for in a second. So this is the hopper concept that we just did for the return missions. It was actually pretty good. Let me get all this stuff off of here for a moment. Let's compare and contrast. So this thing, instead of making the bulkheads like, you know, out of fairings, like what we did before, what does this thing do with 9 tons of fuel attached to it. $923. It has more Delta V than the RDM. Okay. Okay. Here's what we're doing. I'm going to take all the capability from the reusable descent module. We'll take the capability from that, and we'll put it in this. Fair? Let's go down here. And let's go to reusable RDM prototype 2025. Get rid of all this. This sucks. Get rid of that. Get rid of just. All right, so let's go in here. Save and continue. So the first thing I'm going to need is the RDM itself that we were just testing. So merge that in here. Take that off. Reroute to the docking port right there. It's already rerouted to that. And then just attach that there. There we go. Save. Now, we got to go get the hopper. Merge. It's still attached to the launch vehicle. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Reroute to there. There we go. My struts got all screwed up because of the fairings, which is fine. Yeah, you're seeing the kind of chronology of lander design. This was good. This was a good lander design for me for 2019. This is good for this. But the problem with this is if we're going to do a reusable descent modules, we got to start reconfiguring our RCS. The reaction control systems need to be reconfigured. Why? Why do they need to be reconfigured? Well, if we're building a reusable descent module, right, it needs to be able to go back up and it needs to be able to rendezvous with something, does it not? Actually, I mean, it's basically just going to be attaching to payloads, so does it? And this is where our concept of operations is going. This is where we're going with this. The con ops. That's really, really important to understand this and get this right. So, in our architectures down the road, how is this going to work? We'll have a reusable descent module with a moon pallet and some kind of payload on top, right? But first, we were going to have moon pallet. We'd need moon pallet with, we would need moon pallet with the crane on top of it. And we still need to figure out a way for the crane to get off. The moon crane needs to figure out a way to get off of this thing. If we're making a reusable descent module, why not just use Blue Moon Mark II? Blue Moon Mark II. I've never actually went and looked at this thing. Wait a minute. Of course. Well, I'm like falling soon. Oh, yeah. A ramp like Viper is supposed to have Xerax? We don't need that anymore. Pictures of Stargazer, we don't need that as... Interesting. So the engines are down the bottom in the Blue Moon Mark II design. The end. Freaking WebP, you gotta be kidding me. The engines are down there. And that means the fuel line's got to be coming down through. Huh. Okay. Huh. Oh! There's a lot of people running over there. Hold on a second. I really hope no one was over there. Oh, man. Wobble spam is fine. Okay. Do you have good safety laws in the USA? Yeah, real good, actually. I'm guessing it fell on some equipment over there, dudes. That's a... Dude, that is a big Komatsu. Hey, watch it, watch it, watch it. Yep, they're like, okay, next one. I need to see that again. Someone's over there. Okay, those two get out of the way. Is there anything else? Somebody else back there? Look for movement. Dude. There's definitely somebody over there. I don't know if the chopsticks can hold those things up, Speedy. I mean, they might be able to. I mean, the way they're moving around looks like it's not a big deal, so... Yeah, they're just... If people wouldn't just be moving around aimlessly if somebody got hurt. And the excavator's going again. Alright. Yeah, it's fine, dudes. They'd stand down. Yeah, no. The fact that the guy's moving the excavator again. I mean, Bob, he scared me for a second because the guy put the bucket down. You don't put the bucket down with the excavator unless you're planning on stopping, right? You put the bucket down to rest. To rest the hydraulics. You don't want to leave the excavator arm up when the machine is off, because if there's a hydraulic leak, it comes down. We don't want that. So you usually put the bucket down when you're done operating. There were also sparks on the leg file on the ground. Yeah, that happened. See, I'm a little bit indecisive here with what I want. The reason why, fellas, is because might just need to build more functionality into this, dude. I might need to build more. We gotta build more functionality, and this thing could carry the rover. It could carry it. It's possible, but we need to redo the ascent component. The ascent component. But, oh, dude, you know what I was thinking? Hold on. The RDM prototype. I don't want to work exactly on the full RDM prototype right now because the RDM prototype is really going to need a super heavy launch vehicle to make it work correctly. The reason why is because I need a way to be able to get a capsule and payload to the dang thing to do the right rendezvous operation so we could keep landing and reusing and refueling the descent module, right? So, you know what I just thought of? The MEM right here. The Lunar Excursion module with the rover. Guys, we could use this. This is I mean, it's an expendable solution for now, no doubt, but we could absolutely get away with it. The reason why we can get away with it, well, the MEM, yeah, the Ascent module, yes, it's stock. Yeah, Dr. Gnome, that's it, dude. Opening Starship into the Mega Bay. Dude, this thing never, Starbase never stops, man. That's kind of crazy. How much Delta V does this bad boy have? Hold on a second. $904. We can use this for lunar excursions. It wouldn't be an issue. See, this is the RDM and stuff is the stopgap for later. This will, I think we should use this. How much mass is it? 7.5. Hey, Alucard, what's going on? Can we hinge a rover off the side of the previous craft? Probably. We could probably get away with it. How's KSP? It's good. Oh yeah, Chris, it looks like there was a small explosion near the tower and the leg fell. You could see it on some of the smaller screens. Interesting. After the leg fell, yeah. If we want to keep doing lunar excursions for science, this is probably the way to do it. But do we really need to do that? We're moving into base building components. You know what? I'll keep this here in the main save, in our career mode save, just in case, dude. What's 1B? What is this? Oh, that's the crappy version. Ooh. Yeah, we don't want that. We don't want that. You don't want that at all. That's the mining variant. Minmus RV? Oh, that's the return vehicle, okay. I've clicked on that like 4 times. Alright, that's fine. Cool. Now, how do we get the crane down? from the surface. How do we do that? So if I put Moon Crane on top of this bad boy, how do we get Moon Crane off from that? How do we do that? Let me think. Today hath been annoying, all the updating to your tower. Oh yeah? Install KAS and use the wire. No. Where's the fun in that? Iger, I was actually thinking about, with the crane, it might not be the worst idea to make a okay, here, let me load up the crane. I'll show you. All right, let's just take a look here real quick. We're gonna have to redo some things, right? But that's... All right, so let me get one of the I-beams out. And the I-beam is 1.5 meters. This thing is 1.5 meters long. So what is our traverse distance? Oh. Our traverse distance is 1.5 meters to the surface. From the deck of the lander down to where the landing legs are, it's actually... If we figure 2 meters, we can... Yeah, that'll work just fine. Alright, so now let's go back over to Moon Crane. So Moon Crane has these things that it can plant. It has hydraulics that it can plant onto the ground, right? And these ones are used for, you know, leveling and stuff. Dude, I actually had another idea for the crane. It might even be simpler than this. But so say this thing is sitting up on top of the lander, right? And say we made these things, instead of making them the 1P2 hydraulic cylinder, we made them so they can do that, right? Like they can lift up. All right, so now what? Who cares? What happens? What are you gonna do? You gonna do, like, what do you do with the lander? We can lift ourselves up off the lander, but we can't move off of the lander, right? Moon Crane can be packed up. It did come with suspension. I did give it the same... It has the same landing gear design as Moon Pallet. Now, if we move these into the 45 position, deployable side panel. Have it just fall to the surface as a docking port. What? I was gonna do something like this. The throw on one of these things is 2.5 meters. That's more than enough. I was just gonna make it so the landing legs could do that. All right, hold on. Moon Crane 5. Okay. I did have a couple of weird ideas for this, guys. It mostly involves doing this. I need a part from this station craft file. That right there. You guys know what that is? Build a small sky crane to propulsively lift the crane off and touch down, and then jettison the propulsive bit. It could work, Nader. But I have other ideas. Hear me out, dude. I think that's at 1,923. Some of you figured out what I want to do. We could take Moon Crane 5 and make it an RMS. Let's find control. You remember this from CTS-5 mission mode.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Dave, 103-month resub. Thanks, man. I'd be a little worried, though, how much this can actually lift. My lunar, or my architecture for other planets, goalie. That actually might not be the worst idea, dudes, just doing this like this. You know? But then again, we didn't really... The other design has a counterweight loaded into it, dude. You know? This is my space station remote manipulator system from my other mission mode save, dudes. Cast, we could see it, dude. Will this hold up under gravity? Lunar gravity might have some issues. That's really where I'm running into problems. This shouldn't be an issue on Minmus, though. I like it. I like it. That's kind of a cool idea, but if we're picking up, like, this thing is going to be moving, you know, we have the RD. The RDM is designed to be able to move about 9 tons down to the moon. I want this to be able to work no matter what, so I might just go back with my other idea. That was a good idea, though. I do like that thing. I love how I'm just kit bashing all my, I'm just kit bashing my stuff together. All right. Well, let's unfold this so I can show you guys this one too. Remember, we have about a 2 meter gap to get this thing off of the 2 meter gap to get this thing off of the RDM, or off of our descent module. Just regular descent module. It doesn't necessarily have to be the RDM. You can always do something resembling an engine lift. Well, what I was thinking, Aqualex, is did you see the heat shield thing that Blue Origin just randomly dropped? The thing is pretty sweet. Yeah. Maybe one-time fixed crane arm on the lander. I'll tell you what, a descent module with the arm attached to the side, that would actually be kind of cool, because that means it could just grab stuff. Interesting idea. Use the crane and the arm to reload new payloads. Yeah, we could, Andrew. Yeah. We can basically handle this thing going the center of mass, basically staying anywhere inside of the of these. The other thing that I wanted to do with Moon Crane, guys, is I wanted to attach some Kerbal backpacks to this, some like Kerbal, the Kerbal construction struts, and have an engineer come out here and run a strut like this. We know we can do that from building cranes down here on Kerbin, and it is absurdly strong. It doesn't break. You see this X-59 post? They completed the flight test. No, those are some great pictures, though. So we need to add an inventory box to this. Now, what about the wheels? How are we going to do that? Because the wheels would be super useful. You could take the wheels, you could put the wheels down, right? And this thing could just roll. That's what I'm thinking, dudes. It could just roll away. But that would require me to be able to get these wheels to have 2 meters of reach. I mean, we could take a page out of Athlete's book. NASA Athlete. But that would mean it needs to reach like that. I mean, Nader, your sky crane idea is probably not a bad one. I'm just thinking, dudes, you know, having this capability of this thing to be able to raise itself up like that might not be the stupidest thing. Like, here, check this out. If I took these cylinders over here and replaced them with the 1P4, right, we did something like that, we could extend them down. There. That's not really giving us 2.5 meter reach, though, is it? Wait a minute. I forgot. This is 1.5 meters. That's 3 meters. Put wheels on the lander instead? And have the lander just translate out from under it, Akimi? I don't know if I'd want to do that, dude, just because, like, that's the only time you'd use those. See, what I'm thinking, dude, is I have a crane. If we have a crane that can raise its ride height by 1.5 meters, right? We could take something that could, you know, it'll, like, we could use it to get off of the, we could use it to get off of the lander initially, but also that gives us functionality to be able to pluck tall payloads off of these things, which I think is actually pretty damn good. That's a pretty good capability, right? Would you put grip pads on the bottom of the feet? I don't think I have the small grip pads unlocked. I only have these, the Chungus, the big Chungus grip pads, so I don't really want to. Use moon crane to build even bigger moon cranes. Kerbal. Imagine we bring that thing out to the moon. Have that thing just pluck payloads off. How are you going to launch and land it? Pieces. Well, I've already said we need a bigger rocket, but I know you could do that. I want to see you do that. Oh, okay. We could just, yeah, this, we'd put it in a fairing. I don't know how I'd get it down to the surface. That crane is superbly heavy. 68 tons. We'd need a big, big lander. I would probably retool that a little bit for purpose. That's really just... Moon Chungus has a good ring to it. It'd be really good on Minmus. You could build like a multi-story moon base with that thing. Think about it. Possibilities are there, guys. And if this thing can raise itself, we could stack modules on top of other modules, and you could build like a second story to your moon base if you really wanted to. Jay's got an idea. I know what I want to do.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The all-terrain hex-limbed extraterrestrial explorer. Yikes. Hey, Lego Lewis, what's up, man? 64-month resub. Not been here to chat in so long, but dang, I've missed your streams. I can't even explain how enjoyable they are. Oh, thanks, man. 7-month streak. 7-month streak. Let's go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Level 1 certified. Ad-free EJ is better than other EJs. Thanks. 48-month resub. Thank you. Yes, Marshmallow, extend the knee joint in the existing wheels. I agree. All right. All right, let's dance. Get rid of those. All right, get rid of those. Get rid of that too for now. All right, what is this one for? That's the wheel position. We don't need that cow controller just yet. All right, so now save. Now I need to open up the RDM prototype 2025. Okay, cool. We don't need the guide beam anymore because I just brought the lander in. All right, it's not going to be docked exactly like that. There's going to be some space in between. So I'll leave 20 centimeters of clearance here just in case. As our overestimate. All right, so that's the reach. That's what we got to get down to. The other struts decided to get a little funky, but... Give me a breakdown. What have you been working on recently? How's the truck? Truck's finished, Lego Lewis. Oh, I've drove it all summer. Oh, I got another project. You remember the blue car? Yeah, I kind of took that all apart. Truck's finished, dude. Yeah, Freb, I got it running in 2023. I drove it away from my wedding with Primo. I just did the trunk pan on that car today, dude. Yeah. The whole back of that car was gone. From basically the wheel back, the only thing there that was there is the quarters. I've replaced like everything underneath there. It's cool, dude. It's a good project. We worked on it today if you want to check the VODs. Truck works. I went on a hiatus from KSP from about mid 2024, actually spring of 2024. Till basically summer 2025. I started getting back into KSP in September. The reason why I got out of KSP, Lego Lewis, is because KSP 2 got axed. Sucks. KSP 2 got axed, dude. Take-Two pulled the plug, fired everybody. Sold the intellectual property. We still technically don't really know who owns it. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, I don't know if you know, I also, like, Legolas, I don't know how long you've been gone. I have a shop. I don't have to work on the truck in my parents' garage anymore. I have a shop. And the shop That's not a screenshot. My office is connected to my shop. Pre-recorded. I didn't say it wasn't pre-recorded. I said it wasn't a screenshot. Dude, wish me luck. I just got my phone call from my dream airline. I'd start training on the 737 on January 5th. Dude. You get all the good vibes, X-Wing. It's funny. You say you'd rather be flying an X-Wing. I'd say I'd rather be flying a 737. Just saying. Well, yeah, Legolas, that's what I'm up to. I got back into KSP in September. Dude, I was not good after they got rid of KSP 2. I couldn't play it. It really, really screwed me up. But whatever, we're past that. It's all good. I'm working on Moon Crane. Take out the shop trash, it's overflowing. Working on it. But, yeah, exactly. Some folks in chat have been saying some of the ex-KSP developers grouped up with a company called Rocketworks, like Lewis. Rocketworks makes Stationeers and Icarus, and they're making a new game called Kitten Space Agency. KSA for short. Kitten Space Agency is the spiritual successor to Kerbal. We played it the other day, and it looks real good. I've been gone for about a year, but I check in every now and then just for half an hour just to see how you're doing. In the shop. Last time I was properly here was when you were working on the rear diff on the truck. Okay. So that would have been early 2023. Huh. How's the Stationeers base going? I haven't played it in a little while. Battlefield has been taking up a little bit of my time. Speaking of which, we got to do after hours here in a moment. But I'm cooking with this. I want to finish this. So I have a good idea. Have you been living here 2.5 years, really? No, Yarg. We moved into this house in August of 2022. It's not 2.5. It's more like 3.5. So no 6 to 8 hours of KSP. No, I want to work on this, dude. Yeah, Yarg, it's been a long time. Flies, man. I'm just wondering if there's any optimizations I can make on the crane part. We'll think about that later. So, here. Alright, I'm sorry. Just for this test, even just for this test, I gotta move these out of the way. This is just absolutely infuriating me. Just, that's good enough. There you go. All right, now we also got to be cognizant here that this fits in a 375 fairing, okay? So I'm gonna take this because Condor's fairing has a 375 fairing, so that's really the everything's got to fit in this volume here. Let me just build it so we know. Okay, I got some place to work with. All right, sweet. All right, so the landing legs for the lander there. We are going to have to... Oh, so we're going to need something that's got to be able to reach out and down outside of the radius of the landing leg. Ooh, this is going to get complicated. How the heck are we going to do that? Right? Because the... Yeah, all right. Let me look at athlete again. How about the scorpion fly for the craft's name? We could call a slang term for that, because that's kind of what it's going to end up looking like, huh? Yeah, believe me, John, you're talking, it's funny, you're talking to me about financial problems. That's, believe me, I know. All right, can we get away with putting a G11 hinge here like this? Barely, but yes. What happens if we take this and angle it down? Does that fit? Yep, that'll fit. All right, cool. So if we were going to do NASA's hinge design, we're going to do something like athlete. I remember I didn't do athlete before because I previously wrote it off. I'm like, there's no way we can make that. I can make that. We can make that. That's not an issue. Rotate so the lander and the legs are offset. Yes and no. Oh, dude, it's gonna have to be in the cardinal directions. We don't really have a choice there. That kind of sucks. Remember the proposal so well that was like 3 years ago, working as an electrical engineer fitter now, and can confidently say it was due to your inspiration. Yeah! Awesome, man. You got Starbase Live on right now? It did the no signal thing again. Did you see it? And it's got a zoom in on booster 18 and there's a black circle. I've seen that before in previous boosters and I think the ship as well. Do you know what it is? Tank inspection hatch. That thing is an inward opening hatch for when you need to get inside of the fuel tanks. It's for getting inside the fuel and oxidizer tanks. Did you alt tab? I actually didn't. I just moved my mouse up to the other monitor. I'm building something similar to Athlete. Demo, do you remember with Moon Crane how I had 2 engines fire this thing and then like and then verniers to translate it off of the pad to land it? I don't want to do that. I want to give Moon Crane more functionality by adopting something similar but not the exact same thing as Athlete. You got more cool shuttle screenshots. The shuttle with an asteroid redirect module. So you launched your shuttle. It pulled the arm. Asteroid redirect went out, grabbed a Class A asteroid, brought the Class A asteroid back around Kerbin, and your shuttle docked to it. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on, Element, but who knows? And then you had a Kerbal EVA and attach a docking port to the asteroid, so the shuttle wrangled the asteroid. Demo. Demo. Bro, that was so cool until you did that. Why did you do this? What are you doing? Stop it. Oh my God. Stop. So bad. What's the other album? What do you want? You made the MBS. And you're moving a solar... the SPM? One of the truss segments. Impressive. Very nice. It looks like our Space Station Freedom build, but it's not. Yours is ISS. You have a Z1 truss segment. Would the guy get out of my way? Get out of my way. U.S. Army, U.S. Marshal. Oh dear. It's pretty good, man. How many parts is this demo? It's all stock parts, fellas. The station with the 2 Soyuz are around 800 parts. And the shuttle, with your flag thermal protection system, the shuttle's about 750, but most of it is flags, yep. Cool, man. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm working on an athlete solution here for this. Lars. Yeah, the spider from Wild Wild West. What if we had a way, fellas, here, what if we had a way to change, you know, to plant this? Like that. You know, put this right here, right? And obviously it's not going to, I don't want it to get in the way of the wheels, but say we could, you know, put the damping down and then stomp these bad boys into the ground. Now, that won't give us as much reach as doing this with the flip out thing. But dude, what's stopping us from doing... That's almost as much, dude. Like, this is enough to lift us up, lift the moon crane up off of this, right? And I was gonna say, oh, we're gonna need wheels and then we're gonna need the jacks, but dude, that's the jack right there. That's fine. Why is that? Why won't that work? It's perfect. I don't mind Wild Wild West. I think it's a remake, if you guys want to know. It's based off of a series called Wild Wild... a TV show called Wild Wild West. I don't mind it. I think it's fine. Yeah, it's an okay movie. I am the master of the mechanical stuff, and I have to help you. You're the master of the stupid stuff. Want a gun? You want to take your collar off? I don't take your collar off. I don't have a gun, or otherwise I'd shoot it off. Oh yeah, that's right. In the true Jim West fashion, I'll just bash it with a rock. Now, chat, you don't want to do that. Oh, but I do. My name's Jim. How's your mama? We're using that to communicate. You know. Oh, that movie is pretty funny, man. All right, anyway. So let's move these back to this position here. And then if I can actually just tick these out, just tick that out a little bit further like that. It's almost the exact reach as having that down. And because we're kind of, it's kind of angled. Oh, dude, it could be even better. I'm not working. Problem solved. Well, hold on there, Cirrus. Can't just go doing that. Is that so? I didn't mean it like that. And yeah, this will make it so if Moon Crane, for instance, let's just move the lander out of the equation here. Or not take it out of the equation. Let's take it, put it over here. Then we take the Moon Crane itself, we put it down to approximately where it would be. And then I move the lander up here. Hell yeah. Plenty of reach, dude. We got plenty of luff, plenty of luff, plenty of boom. We're good, man. Your shuttle has about 300 flags, black flags for the TPS and 90 more for the 2 ohms pods. I know, dude. You've told me. The flags, man. Are they flag panels or are they just flat flags? Like, is it the flag shape? Are they physics-less? Like, is it that, or is it like the flag panel? You could adjust the legs inward and outward to change the height. Yeah. They're physics-less, otherwise it would be too laggy and draggy. Come on. You know what else? You know what else makes your shuttle fly really bad and makes it really draggy? Attaching a freaking asteroid to it. Shame! Shame on you! Shame! No! Bad demo. Don't do that again. You should have built a space station off of it with the shuttle. What's wrong with you? Did you see the last OLM leg knockdown? I did. Something went down over there, Gold. I don't know what it was, but something went down. You have dishonored yourself. You've dishonored your family. You've dishonored your cow. I could just bring the asteroid back up to build the station. Whatever. All right. We should test this thing. We should test it to make sure it works. Okay, so we can remove these. And I'll just, for now, we'll find something better eventually, but I'll use placeholder struts just to put this all together and make it look nice. All right, the J is speaking English, I think. All right, so move this here. And now the other thing that we got to do is we need to figure out if this thing can it fit in the damn payload fairing. So So now how the hell does this all fit in the payload fairing? Oh. Wow. Okay. We could even get away with... It's not what I did, but alright. If we put these on the inside... We put them on the inside like that, we could even fold this thing in. Oh, no, that's not going to work. That's outside of the payload fairing. They're going to have to be on the outside. Yeah, that really wasn't hard at all. That was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. Like... Okay, one last thing, dudes. The crane can fit in Condor's fairing, but I don't think we could fit the crane and the descent module. Hey, Mackenzie, what's going on? Can 2 descent modules fit in Condor? So... $343 unfolds to go. Indeed. Yeah. Okay. How much power do these things have? G11 hinges are... how much torque? It doesn't really necessarily say how much torque they make. I thought it did. Oh no, it says it right here. That's right. 200 kilonewtons of rotational torque. We might actually be able to do this with smaller hinges, but we'll do it with these. This is wild. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay. I put a probe core on it. We got a fuel cell. Take all the damping forces out of this. Why remove the damping forces? It's a crane, Buxo. Damping forces is going to it makes it kind of not as strong. It kind of, because it's trying to damp out the movement. Like, I suppose, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, I always used to avoid it because it makes things squishy. But really, in reality, it's just trying to dampen out the movement. Yeah, I don't think we need it for this particular application. That, and I don't really want anything sprung like that when you're trying to lift. I don't want to go to lift something up and have the dampers start to dampen out the compression movement and like maybe like make the hinge collapse. I don't want that. So yeah, I don't want it. I usually don't have it in anything. All right, let's just do a test here. Dampener? Hardly knew her. I haven't seen a KSP stream in a few days, and all I can say is, what in tarnation? Don't worry about it, Jeff. It's a NASA idea. Well, kind of. It's half of it's NASA at this point, and half of it's EJ's wild contraptions. Okay. All right, let's do this. Ready? We haven't bound this anything up here to a cal controller, but back and strike. All right, I gotta recover this. Are you playing Stationeers, Jip? Oh my goodness, I am sorry. That's totally my bad. You'll see what this does. Hold on. I can't have it break the legs. That's the problem. The problem is the lander is fully fueled, so it's super heavy. And we're also in Kerbin gravity. So let's empty the fuel and empty the monopropellant. And just put a little bit of monopropellant in there just because. Okay, cool. Just gonna move this thing a little bit further away. All right. Cool. Yeah, so watch, Dan. This thing... I want to simultaneously have stabilizer jacks like you'd see with a crane. A crane would have telescoping jacks that it puts out to lift the crane up, right? I want to simultaneously have that, but I also want to be able to drive this thing off of this. Yes, I said drive it off of there. Okay, that's locked out. That's locked out. If we lock that one out, 166. Undock from the lander. Okay, nothing changed. Cool. All right, so now we let her down. Let this thing kind of hang out again. There it is. We're off. Okay. All right. Put the brakes on. Pump the brakes, chat. Pump the brakes. Sorry, I had something in my throat. Okay. What if you use the rams as the arms of the legs as well to allow for more adjustment? We could do that, Andrew. So just go right here. All right? Put the brakes on. We did break one of those things doing that. That was not cool, but it's all right. Instead of the struts. Yeah. I don't like that those are necessarily locked like that. We really need a Cal controller to do this right, but it's locked at 18.2, so this is gonna have to be 72. Okay, lock that out. All right, now I need to go into my physics and then visualize the auto struts here. So if we do this and we set that to root, like that, it's gonna run some struts for us. Auto struts. Excellent. A couple of wheels broke. Yeah, I know. That won't... If we have the cow controller, Kraken, simultaneously push down with all the wheels all at once, that shouldn't happen. Remember, we're testing it on Kerbin, and we're not testing it here. Like, we're testing it on Kerbin, and it goes on... It's supposed to go to the moon. And Minmus. This is supposed to be for other... It's supposed to be basically for everywhere but here and, like, maybe Eve. Let's see that. This is smug face. You guessed wrong, you fat pigeon. You still got work to do. Initiate with smug face. But wait! There's more! That needs to not be like that. Hold on, because this is gonna be a screamer! This is smug face. Yeah, that's pretty good. You built a self-propelled crane that can lift its own booster. Big whoop. Want to fight about it? No. This is Moon Crane 5. It happens, builder. Don't worry about it. Now Moon Crane 5. Max load test. This thing can probably, I mean, dude, not probably, it can pick up. I mean, the lander doesn't have any fuel in it. The whole thing right now is 16 tons, and the wheels can hold up 16 tons. That means this thing, I mean, if the wheels are any indicator of how strong this thing is, I would routinely pull 4 or 5 ton modules off with the other design, no problem. But the problem is we'd still bend the arms. These arms aren't gonna bend. I'd say this could probably do, I'd say 10 tons. I'd say the crane could do 10 tons. We got a lot of, we can adjust with the counterweight. But yeah, I'd say we could probably get away with that. Here, let's see how much luff it has. Can we get it? Can we drop something out past the legs? Mechanical auxiliary transfer for international space, Mantis. Get some nasty deflection on the end there. Hey, Tej. Cool. Sick. I want Cal controllers to be able to control all this in unison so I could adjust, like basically what we did with the other ones. We could just both of them at the same time so we could just change the height. Is it possible to bind the crane controls to the HOTAS setup? Yes. Oh, absolutely, Rarest. Yeah. This has no control systems on it right now. Nothing. We'll put the control systems on it. I'll make this thing super easy to use. Check Discord General, please. What the hell is this? Oh, come on. Come on now. Oh, I broke the last wheel. It does look like a giraffe, doesn't it? All right. I saw what I wanted to see. Looks like, yeah, a poodle or something. A praying mantis. I see a praying mantis there. Yeah, sure. My 6-year-old loves cranes and KSP. I'm going to show him this in the morning before school. Oh, Rarest. I should show you the Chungus. I should show you the Chungus. Well, guys, is it bad if I want to play Kerbal again tomorrow and maybe play Anno on Friday? Because I want to dial in the control systems for this thing. Like, badly dial the control systems for that thing in. So this is what I mean by concept of operations, though. Like, I needed to see if this thing could pull itself off of the lander. And it absolutely can. Not only can it pull itself off the lander, it can pick the stupid thing up. But I have to implement control systems to basically have this thing... I need to implement control systems that basically have... If wherever this is pointing, that one is always pointed at the ground. There's no getting around it. Because, yeah, and we also need the jack height as well. There is one more thing that I wanted to... I'm going to add it, but I won't... we're not going to... I don't think I need to test it. We broke all the wheels because we didn't have a way to jack this crane up. A crane needs to be able to sit on its own as well. What I wanted to do is put this at 0 and this at 90. Don't like it. No, sir. Don't like it. That's gonna have to be like that. Do we have the clearance to move around, though? Like, can this thing... Oh, no, it doesn't get in the way. Cool. Time to write it to implement an inverse kinematic controller. Yeah, I know. That'd be cool, but I don't think we need to go that far. In fact, I might just eliminate the second piece. But then again, you never know. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. The other thing that would be kind of nice to do with this is if we just move these on the outside. So the wheels and the hydraulics have the same point. They're pushing in the same area. Might be a little bit easier. The other thing is, does that still fit? Yep. And then, of course, we need the Cal controller for steering. And then we need a docking port. We need the docking port for point control on the wheels. The mass with the lander, 19. The crane by itself is about 12. And this has 758 meters a second delta V. Is that what the tank's for? Oh. That's the operator's seat. Actually, you know what? We'll just raise and lower this stupid thing. How goes it? It goes good, Bucket. Strut arm connectors are placeholders. Find something better. All right, we're gonna play Kerbal tomorrow. And then guess what we're doing? We're putting one of those on Minmus. It's probably gonna take 3. No, it should probably take 2 Condor launches. I'm just worried about the crane fitting in the damn fairing. What mad contraption is this? It's a crane. Here, I'll show you, man. Ready? So this thing, so the crane is on top of the descent module, right? I need more core network plan for tomorrow. I might do some in the morning. We got to clean up all the welds, Jim, and then we got to prime them. We got to put primer on them. I don't need to use Steel It though. We don't need to use Steel It primer, even though we could. Yeah. Yeah, if we're gonna send one of these to Minmus, I need to make this with a probe core and stuff, and Condor needs the plus size fairing. I don't think that whole thing is gonna fit in there. Remember, because the landing legs have to fold. The landing legs have to fold down, so it's probably not. We're gonna have to put the crane up there. Here's what we'll do. Here's what we're gonna do. We launch the crane, and we build a small kick stage for the crane so it can station keep with RCS. We need to redo the descent module so the descent module has RCS that's good for rendezvous proximity. Okay? Once we do that, so we're gonna need to redesign this. Once we do that, we have our little transfer stage up here. Like just a little guy. Just not, we might have something that we already made that works. I'm not talking anything fancy here. Right? We launch the crane on Condor, deploy it into low Earth orbit with its kicker stage, right? With solar panels and a small RCS, just a little tiny kick stage for it. Right? And we could either do 2 things from there. Depending on the delta V of the stage and whatnot, we could either send this out there to Minmus and put it into min-miss orbit. If we, and then we attach the descent module. Now, the descent module has to go. It has to be attached in Leo, or low Kerbin orbit. Serious, I'm thinking Leo rendezvous would be a probably a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's a stage beefy enough to take both the descent and crane to Transmooner. I think we have my little transfer stage up there for station keeping, Cirrus. And then we launch a Condor 9 with just the descent module on it. Just the descent module, and that's it. We dock Condor 9 in the descent module. The Condor 9 upper stage in the descent module to there. It's probably not going to give us the Delta V that we're looking for because it's 20 tons. But it should be enough for the stage to give us a good push. And then we can use the extra Delta V to get out there. The reason why I put it on Minmus because this really won't work unless we have a bigger launch vehicle. We're gonna need a bigger launch vehicle, but we need to get paid and we need to do science in the meantime. What's the crane going to be used for? Base building. I have a really nice contract here. Build a new surface outpost on Minmus. I have a nice contract for a space station. All right, we'll do more checkout with that tomorrow. It's a little past 10 o'clock, guys. Ready for some after hours? That was sick. So, I started KSP around, was it 5:30, 6 o'clock? Something like that. Actually, it was a little bit longer than that. We got almost 5 hours in. Good. Good stuff. I told you we would. Wait, that means how much car stream do we do? I started at like 10:30-ish. $10:30, $11:30, $12:30, $1:30, $2:30, $3:30, $4:30, $5:30. I did 8 hours of car stream. Wow. And then we did 8 hours of Kerbal, 5 hours of car stream. Now we're going to do another couple hours of Battlefield. Pretty good, huh? Any good space news today? Chris, they're knocking down legs at Starbase. New Glenn is getting recovered at the port. Booster 18 rolled out for proof testing. They're moving it to Massey's soon. Yeah, Block 3 Starship's already rolling out for testing, dude. How'd the car stream go, Corzi? Trunk pan's welded in, dude. It is perfect. It is perfectly center. Perfectly welded in, dude. I gotta clean up my welds and stuff, but yeah, we're probably gonna do another super long stream tomorrow, like we are doing now. But that's gonna do it for what is it, part 28? Part 28. Moon crane is good, man. Moon crane's working. It's working great, actually. Moon crane's working great. The pallet is working good. All we got to do is just build the payloads and integrate the base components. That's what we'll work on tomorrow. We'll work on figuring out good ways to do that. Yeah, we'll work on a good way to do that. Liam, what's up, dude? Long time no see. Question. What's up? Why does it feel like since New Glenn launched, everybody's acting like they're better than SpaceX? I feel like we forgot what kind of payloads SpaceX had launched the past so many years. SpaceX is so much cooler. It's so much cooler, you know? Liam, let me put it to you like this. I don't know why people are acting like Blue's better than SpaceX. I don't really believe in liking one contractor more than another, especially because the commercial space market is still emerging. I don't think we're really brand loyalty here is kind of a little strange at this point. I really personally think I grew up in a time where we had the space shuttle and that was it. And maybe an Atlas 3 every once in a while. Delta 2 was doing its thing, then, Delta 4, and then all of that was gone. My formative years in learning and understanding about spaceflight came when the shuttle retired and Constellation got canceled. I had nothing. We had nothing. We had Kerbal. That's it. I think people very easily forget that. I think they very easily forget that there was nothing. There was almost nothing. So in that regard, I will not be brand loyal to one company or another. What Blue did is pretty damn impressive. SpaceX has been doing it for 10 years, but what they did was pretty good. But Liam, here's the big thing. I think one, it's easy to forget. Two, and this is the big one. I don't know, once again, and I don't know about Blue necessarily. People thinking Blue, I don't know. Maybe they just don't like Elon or something. Who knows? I don't care. I'm excited for this because this shows that reusable rockets is not a niche thing to SpaceX. It is a market trend. Think about that for a second. 2 companies have landed boosters now. By this time next year, Jeb willing, Relativity, Stoke, Rocket Lab. That'll put 5 launch providers up there with reusable landable rockets. This is not a niche thing that SpaceX does. This is a thing everybody does now. That's the trend. That's the norm. If you're making expendable rockets right now, I hope you have launch contracts. I hope you have launch contracts planned out for a long time because you're going to go the way of the dodo real fast. Now there are 2 of them. Now, once again, I don't know. People been showing favoritism with Blue. I don't know, dude. It's flavor of the month. Not to denigrate what Blue does. Like, it's awesome. Like, dude, even I was skeptical. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit, but, I do like all launch providers. I mean, maybe I just don't like Blue's casts. Blue's casts are terrible. I can't do it. I can't do it, dudes. But, all that notwithstanding, I don't know. Maybe people work for Blue. There's a lot of people I know that work there. I think it's, Liam, another component to take into account is that I think people got bored of Falcon 9. For real. They got bored of it. They want to see something new. New Glenn is new. It's right in the name. As for me, guys, I'm going to get hyped about all this stuff. I love it. Does SpaceX hold a lot of weight in my heart? Abso-freaking-lutely. The reason why is because of what I've seen them be able to do. What we've seen. Starships landing. Booster catching. Falcon 9 operations. Falcon Heavy. Dragon. Space Station. I like SpaceX because I've seen what they can do. If I'm thinking about what Blue's doing correctly, give it some time. You'll like what Blue's doing too. Trust me. These, Mark 1, Mark 2 lander. The B7 uprated BE3Us making 980 kilonewtons of thrust. Oh boy. Let's give them some time to develop, But it's the new thing. It's the new hotness, dude. We are at a point, despite my, ideas about brand loyalty with commercial providers, that's just cringe, to be honest. I really think it's just the cringiest behavior of all time. I don't like people who, come up with the cope like, SpaceX, Elon is SpaceX, and I don't like them. Yeah, all right, whatever, dude. Sure. I'm here for the space, right? And simultaneously, look, if you want to make the argument that Blue's webcasts are terrible, there you go. That's fair. That's a fair argument. But don't crap on the hardware, man. New Glenn's a good rocket. It's a good rocket. It is a beast. That thing is as big as a Saturn V. It's as tall. It's not as wide. But don't crap on the hardware. This is stuff we would have dreamed about. This is stuff we would have dreamed about 15 years ago. This is ridiculous. This is like going from the Wright Flyer to the 740 to a 747 in 15 years. This is insane. But yeah, I think people like Blue because it's the new thing. It's the new thing. And I think there's a lot of people out there that don't like SpaceX because of Elon, but that's just another, criticism of Elon, I think, is warranted if you want to. Me, guys, I don't do that. I don't do none of that. I'm just here for the rockets. I'm here for the hardware. The hardware is what makes me happy. I want to see cranes. I want to see breakover devices. I want to see landed boosters. I want to see marine assets. I want to see landers. I want to see reusable ships. I want to see COT boosters, catch towers, launch pads. That's what I'm here for. That's the stuff I want. Because, guys, I remember when we had nothing. Nothing, and I mean nothing. It killed me inside to see 39A rusting away before SpaceX got that lease. It killed me. Killed me inside. Abandoned. The pad was abandoned from July of 2011 to September of 2015. Abandoned. We almost had nothing. So, Liam, I don't know. It's just the new hotness. People get wound up in the minutia. People like brand loyalty with space flight providers, which is weird. That's always weird to me. Because if you're a space fan, you're going to like all rockets because we don't have anything. That's like saying oh, I like the F-22. The F-22 is the best. Everything else is junk. I mean, that's kind of true, but actually the F-22 is probably a bad example because that is literally better than everything. It's like saying oh, I like an F-14 more than an F-15. It's all right. That's a weird thing to say. They're both awesome. What are you talking about? That's like saying oh, I like an F-4 Phantom. It's better than a MiG-21. No, those are both cool planes. Yeah, one's a commie piece of junk that you could start by, if you could start a tractor, you could probably fire that thing up, but you get the idea. You compare a P-47 to a P-51. Those are both cool. I like both of those things. And you know what? I've seen what it's like having nothing. I'm greedy. I want all of it. Please give me more. Please. Would you intercept me? I'd intercept me. I thought our space program was done when the shuttle was retiring. That's what I'm saying, man. Don't forget that Blue is the first to land a booster that went to space. Yeah, demo with New Shepard. That's right. What do you think of it, Gripin? It's all right. Not really that big a fan of Sobs, but whatever. Do you have any information about Jarvis? No. But Liam, that's kind of where I'm at, dude. I've been critical of Blue because I read them saying they're going to launch 6 times this year and only launching twice as a problem. And, if I think a company has a problem, I'm going to speak up. I'm going to say something about it. Because it's kind of my job to have those conversations. I don't really want to. I certainly didn't want to have the conversation about Dream Chaser with you guys, that's for sure. But yeah, I seen what I needed to see. They'll be all right. They'll be fine. Not worried. I mean, there is some high ticket stuff that I think that they really need to get under control, because New Glenn's an amazing rocket. It's also really complicated. It's a complicated system. It's complicated in the same way that a 747 has retractable landing gear, and that's more complicated than having like a skid on the bottom of the plane, for instance. Right? Like New Glenn's landing legs, they don't need a crane to retract that. The legs can retract themselves because the aft segment has HPUs in it. There's hydraulic power units, standalone HPUs in the engine section that can actually fold the legs back up. It's landing gear, like landing gear, like an airplane. You just power the thing on and tell it to landing legs will fold back up. With Falcon 9, they need a crane. You need a crane to actually, compress the gas thread and pull the leg back up. New Glenn could just do it by itself. Now, that, like I said, that's inherently a more complicated system. One could make the argument that Falcon is very simple. And I think that that would be legit criticism here, because what Blue needs to do is they need to start scaling New Glenn. I don't think New Glenn needs to launch 170 times a year. I don't think it needs to launch that much. But they got to get that launch cadence up over 48 to 50 launches, like a launch a week. I think that would be fair. That would be plenty for New Glenn. That would be perfect for what Blue's trying to do. Build pathways out in space, lunar architecture once a week. That'd be perfect. So how many weeks in a year? 52 weeks? That would be what I would be shooting for at this point. That still means you're going to need a fleet of these damn things. Where the heck are you putting those? Unless New Glenn is designed to be reflown every week, in which case I would probably have like 4 or 5 GS1s lying around to do this job. Maybe one sitting, waiting in the wings, just in case. So you don't screw up your launch cadence. But that's what they need to do. Just to do SLD, their lunar architecture, Blue Moon Mark 1, Blue Moon Mark 2, their orbital transfer tugs. You have to get New Glenn flying on a pretty regular cadence. Once again, not Falcon 9. I don't think they need to launch every 2 to 3 days. I really don't. Once a week would be good. Can LC-36 be turned around that quickly? Don't know. We'd have to see. We have to wait and see. That's what I mean. Wait and see what they're cooking. But that's really where they need to go. That's what they need to do. They have to do that. You're not going to complete any of your stakeholder expectations if you don't. And Blue is using waterfall style testing or waterfall style design, meaning that they're going to design something, they're going to design it, finalize the design, test as much as you possibly can, then launch the thing, which is why we don't see them launch very much right now. And then make changes based off of your data. But you're going to get a much higher fidelity product with Blue, like New Glenn. Like New Glenn landed. It landed on the second try. That's what I mean. How many Falcons crashed into the pad? Right? Because SpaceX crashed. All right, launch another one. Or Starship, for instance. Oh, it blew up. Launch another one. Whatever. You think they can make a stage 2 in a week? I mean, producing 2 stages every week. That's what I mean, Comus. No, not right now. They can't. No, not right now. If I had to guess, huge guess. Well, we know there's 3 to 4 upper. Well, it would be 2 to 3 upper stages now. There has to be. We've seen them test 2 separate stages. We've seen them test the GS2 Flight 3 stage. And that last update we got from them was a little while ago, so that means there's got to be another one. There's got to be a 4th stage. There's no way they just stopped the production line 6 months ago when we got that update about the New Glenn GS2 Flight 3 stage. There's no way they stopped it. So there's got to be 3 to 4 stages sitting around somewhere. probably in one of Blue's big buildings. They might be in the HIF. We did see another upper stage in there. So, and this is what I mean, dude. The fact that we saw multiple stages and they had multiple stages, they had the Flight 3 stage ready for 2, it means that tells me that they're trying to scale. And that's what I mean about, and that's where I'm getting my 52 launches a month from. They're trying to scale. They promised 6 flights, only got 2, but they have 4 upper stages. So that tells me that New Glenn is very complicated. It's a complicated booster, but it's complicated because it's designed to be turned around relatively quick. Like the landing legs fold up, for instance. But you see what I'm talking about? They got to scale. They got to scale. That's their next big thing. I think they'll do it. They're 15,000 strong. It's a huge company. They'll be able to do it. But yeah, Comas, they got to make a stage a week. They have to. SpaceX makes 2 to 3 stages a week. Dude, they have to be rolling out GS2s like every week. And don't get me wrong, you're not going to get to this right away. I'd say 6 is a good benchmark. 6 is a good benchmark for next year. I mean, they were supposed to do 6 this year, but whatever happened with GS1 really screwed them up with GS1 Flight 1. Like I said, I wholly thought that they were going to land that dang booster. They needed to land that booster, and they didn't, and that screwed them all up. That's what I'm trying to say. SpaceX better be making 4 stages a week if they want to hit their goal next year. I think they will. Why wouldn't they, Yarg? A lot of Falcon 9s are stored at Roberts Road. Yeah, and Hangar X. That's where all the Falcon 9 stages are stored. Blue is going to need a facility like that, Rarest. You're going to need a facility like this. A big facility to store GS1s and GS2s. You need big facilities to do this, and Blue is building big facilities. But yeah, mark my words, guys. Blue is going to try to scale to about 50 launches a year. That's my guess. But dude, think about that. Falcon 9 launching 2 to 3 times a week. Starship potentially launching every week. New Glenn launching every week. Who doesn't want this? Right? Who doesn't want that? I want that. That would be awesome. They did just finish a lunar factory. Oh yeah, Sarah's right on, dude. Trust me, guys. Let Blue cook. Let them cook. From everything that I can see, let them cook. They move slow. But it shows the tenacity of that company that they just crapped out New Glenn on the second flight and it actually landed. That's impressive. And that cannot be ignored, Liam. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty impressive. They just, dude, that is their first orbital rocket. That's the first rocket they've ever made. That's the first one. Clean sheet engines, first and second stage, clean sheet design. And they landed it on the second try. It's pretty good. Like I said, man, anybody making expendable rockets at this point is really going to have a bad day soon. We get up 10 years from now, they're going to be gone. Gone, reduced to ashes. Blue is scaling. Scaling takes time. But landing that first stage is that's good for me, dude. I mean, they hit 33% of their goal this year. If they can get it up to 66%, if we can get 4 New Glenn launches next year, we'll be good. That'll be good. And then from there, it's just a slow and steady ramp. You know? In 2026, you do 4. 2027, you do 8. 2028, you do 16. Or I mean, if they want to go exponential, right? You get 4 next year, you know, you get 16 the year after that, and you get 32 the year after that. That would be very hard to do. That would be very difficult. Very difficult. Especially if Mark 1 lands. They gotta... Yeah, serious. They gotta scale. They have to scale, and they have... Dude. You know, it's weird. It's weird, because this isn't anything that I wouldn't have said, you know, prior. I mean, I'm worried about their scaling, because they're, you know, 2 launches versus 6 launches projected, right? I'm worried about them scaling. Like, they need... Like, I know they know this. Like, I'm sure Dave Limp knows this. I'm sure he does. Like... He's probably knows more about it than I do, right? But also at the same time, yeah, there's no way they don't know that. There's no way they don't know. They'll get it. But I'm still gonna explain it to people, because I'm pretty sure that's what's going on, Cirrus. I'm pretty sure, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know for sure. And I definitely don't want anybody that works there telling me, you know what I mean? I want to try and figure this stuff out myself and see if we were right. But dude, can you imagine if NASA has Starship, New Glenn, Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy on tap? And it's not even like, when I mean on tap, I mean on tap. NASA could be like, oh, let's put a tank into space. And everyone would be like, yep, let's go, bro. Let's put an Abrams up there. All right. Sure. Put it in the Starship. Put it in New Glenn's fairing. Screw it. Well, I don't think New Glenn would be able to lift it, but... You get what I'm trying to say. They could put a tuba. They could put, you know, put a shipping crate of tubas in there and just go. On tap like a pint of Sam. And Abrams on orbit would be sick. Yeah, that'd be weird, but, you know, I'm not complaining. NASA would be able to basically leverage any launch provider to go anywhere, whenever the frick they want. Or resupply whatever they want to put up there with SLS. If we want to keep the politicians happy too, we should just do all the things. Once again, man, I'm greedy. I am greedy. I want everything. But Liam, I think people are really tooting Blue's horn right now because they're the new thing. They're the new kid on the block. You know what I mean? Don't pay it much mind, but just be wary of people that are like, oh, I hate SpaceX. Blue's better. It's like, I see that a lot on the internet, dude. People are saying, like, Blue landed a stage, they're better than SpaceX. Like, bro, talk to me when you landed 500. SpaceX has landed, like, 500 Falcon 9s. Come on. Come on. You got some catching up to do. But if anybody can do that, it's Blue. But keep in mind, the rocket's bigger. It's bigger. It's bigger. It can move more payload into space. Blue is projecting to be able to move about 40 metric tons to LEO in a 7-meter fairing with that rocket fully reusable. Well, the first stage fully reusable. So they don't need to launch as much as Falcon 9 to put an equivalent payload capacity in there. Up there, excuse me. I mean, New Glenn can almost launch double what a Falcon 9 in a drone ship landing Falcon 9 can do. It can launch double. So by that math, if they wanted to scale to payload per orbit on par with SpaceX, it'd be half the launches. Just putting it out there. Could you pressurize and life support an Abrams and use it as a rover? You'd need, I mean, it's got a jet engine in there for the power pack. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, serious, the real question is, would we have to worry about micrometeorite debris if you're driving around in Abrams on the moon or something? I optimized the moon crane, RJ. You'll see. You'll see. Anyway, good chats. Use the main gun for movement. I mean, it would work. It's kind of a little bit of a course adjustment for attitude control thrusters, but yeah. I'm questioning their scaling on the Kuiper satellites. That's what I mean, Strick. Blue's in a really good position right now, but they need to scale. That's my big critique. SpaceX is the same thing. You got to scale Block 3. You don't get Block 3 up and running soon, Blue will come and eat your lunch. I mean, I'm just saying, like, because a guy that has no experience with spaceflight decided to renege on a contract that was awarded to SpaceX. Let's reopen it in the name of capitalism. Bro, that's not capitalism, homie. That's not that. You're doing the opposite of that. Immediately reach orbital velocity. Yeah. Could you imagine the lunar dust rooster tail behind an Abrams? Rarest, I kind of want to see that, man. You know what? We don't need it. You know what? We don't need an Abrams. You know what we need? We need my all-time favorite tank, okay? My all-time favorite tank. All right? If this tank was in, like, World of Tanks or something, I would just use this all day. Okay? Do you know what? Do you know what the best tank of all time is? It's an M88A3. Because they're going to be expecting you to bring a big gun into battle. No one's going to expect you bringing a frigging huge tank with a crane attached to it into battle, okay? They're not going to be expecting it. They'll never expect it. They'll never expect it. And you cannot make the argument that that would not be useful on another planet. Except for the whole, air-breathing engine. That is a little bit of a monkey wrench in my plans, okay? But also, that thing would do good stuff on the moon. That'd be fine. Wouldn't win many matches in World of Tanks with that, though. I mean, yeah. So, December 3rd is the Senate hearing, guys. So we get to watch that cringe. All right, time for Battlefield. Let's go. All right, I'm going to jog the VOD over on YouTube. And let's play. Have EJ try not to get angry at Battlefield. Challenge impossible. I tried not to curse anybody out in Battlefield last night, and that did not work. It is a fun challenge to play, though. It should be good. I'll see you guys in a second.